rhythm and the crew. Move. Alright, I make me tell you listen. Move. We a dance to the rhythm and the groove. Move. Watch them massive and crew, them a move. So we track it, so we do it. This a rhythm I lock down the street. So we chop it, so we do it. This a when you come feel lock down the street. Alright, so we chop it, so we do it. Lock down and we a lock down the street. So we chop it, so we do it. This a when you come feel lock down the street. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say, yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say, yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say, yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say, yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. So we do it. This a rhythm I lock down the street. So we chop it. So we do it. This a when you come feel lock down the street. Alright, so we chop it. So we do it. Land down and we a lock down the street. So we chop it. So we do it. This a when you come feel lock down the street. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say, yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say, yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say, yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of, we go play back again. And everybody say, yeah. All I'm full of, we go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. rhythm and the groove. Move. Alright, I make me tell you listen. Move. We dance to the rhythm and the groove. Move.
What is going on, folks? Welcome aboard the Flight Sim Broadcasting Network. My name is Jason, and we are in for another treat here in good old Flight Sim land. I do have to do one thing, and where's my sound? So that's the one thing I almost got it all ready, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, we need sound. So let me check my sound capture out, and then we'll get that puppy pulled up. And yes, we want to hear a gameplay on the right there. And I can hear it, and I'm sure you can too. Let me know. Welcome aboard, folks. We want to end the chat right now. Curtis, how are you? And Ja, hello. How's it going? If you're new to the channel and you want to know more about it, it's pretty simple. Why did that go away? 3 things. Do it right, learn something, and have fun. We have put on this whole hockey season, we're flying both we're flying the Rangers and we're flying the Panthers. So guess what? Whoever wins we're going to fly to the Stanley Cup, and that's either going to be in Dallas or it's going to be all the way out in Edmonton. Yes, we have to take an MD-80 to Edmonton, so we're probably going to be maxing out the range of the MD-80 again, regardless of where we end up. Well, Dallas won't be too bad. It will be bad if it's Edmonton. It'll be a long flight. We might have to change a 737 out for that. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to request catering services, and we'll get going here. Josh says, good, about to deport Baltimore for Raleigh. Okay, good deal. I'm glad you're doing that. By the way, if you're wondering about the MD-80 and how to fly this Mad Dog, you have come to the right channel, because we have put, through the whole hockey season, we put about 400 to 500 hours on this airframe. So we kind of fly this airplane a lot. I fly this airplane all the time. So you're in the right spot to kind of get a handle on this Mad Dog. And the other day, flying from Fort Lauderdale up to New York was very eventful, and you're going to see that on the channel. It was a nightmare. It was a flight from you-know-where to you-know-what. It was bad. We had severe cat up at altitude on the descent. I've never had that before. It was complete upset. Never been there before with a cat. And if one of you were wondering what the heck cat is, some of you might not know, it's clear air turbulence. So we hit massive clear air turbulence up until an upset recovery. Then there was a thunderstorm camped over New York. We had to do a hold. I didn't even mess with the weather. I said, we're going to put it on hold. We held for about 30 minutes to show you how the hold is done. And then it was a nightmare. So you could figure it took me, 30 to 40 minutes just to get that going. So yeah, it's going to be fun, folks. Let's talk about today. What are we looking at today in terms of weather and all that stuff? So let's get that done right now. I want to show you our weather. I like to do that right now. We're going to get catering on the aircraft, so let's get the catering done first, and I'm going to show you what the weather's looking like here. So we'll come over here, we'll kind of see what we've got. Let's get a good layout of our weather. Let's take a look at observations. The first thing I like to do is kind of just pull it up here and see what we got going on overall. Looks like we've got some issues over Norfolk, Virginia. Probably going to be some turbulence. It's a segment. It's valid. It ends at, let's see here, 0231Z, so we're going to be right in the middle of that puppy. And it says right now from altitudes, occasional severe turbulence between flight level 300 and flight level 360 due to wind shear associated with the jet stream. So figure we're going to have some jet stream there. We've kind of looked at that before, and I'll show you the jet and how it's pushing and pulling and all that good stuff. It's really concentrated in this. We've got a couple of Peyruis here. I want to break these Peyruis down. We have a light to moderate chop at flight level 450. What kind of airplane is that? It's a type G. It's a Gulfstream. It's Gulfstream 6, it looks like. So that Gulfstream is doing its number. And you've got one right here. We've got moderate continuous turbulence with a A320 right over here. We're going to be kind of more toward the ocean area. Gray Aviation, what is going on? Hello, welcome aboard. By the way, if you're new, do me a favor, let me know you're on the channel so I can say hi to you and we can interact and chat. Alex, what's going on, man? He says, hey, Jason's just in the briefing room right now, quickly turning in to see what's going on tonight with the stream. Crew, be the last one for the week. You're on crew rest? Good for you, man. I think that's that last thing you said, crew rest. I can't see. Oh, crew relief. I gotcha. Good. You'll be the last one for the night. Well, that's good. I'm glad. And you're all the way out there. Thank you. He's checking in all the way from down under in Australia, which is really cool. Welcome aboard. And hopefully you have a good night too, Alex, my friend. Yeah, we're just looking right now. We've got moderate chop from an A321. We have moderate chop right there for flight level 320 from an A321. So we've got to be really careful. There's a lot of Peyruis here that's going on in this area. So we got to be careful. We'll throw the seatbelt sign on and just hang on, right? We're just going to have to make sure we're good on the speed. There's no way we're going to avoid this. The only way we could avoid it is possibly going this way and then down into Virginia, just kind of avoid this whole area. That's one of the things we could do, but we definitely got to do a reroute if that's the case. And then the rest of the route looks pretty good. All the weather is on this side, so that's no factor, at least with thunderstorms. We might have some pop-up cells when we get there. We'll see. Air mass stuff that comes our way. Continuous moderate chop there. Flight level 310. That is our route of flight. We're going to be over feet wet once we get to Wellington, right here. KILM. That's where we're going to go feet wet and just straight cut the horseshoe here. We'll see. Okay, that's one way of doing it. Let's take a look at. We looked at precipitation, thunderstorms, turbulence. We kind of already saw. We got a good picture of that, and I like to look at. There's our air mets. You can see we've got a couple of air mets popping up. 38 to 30,000 moderate chop right here. 45 to 24,000. So, there's no way we're going to avoid that area unless we go way out or way over to the west. Or, you're just going to have to try the best you can to kind of get through that. So we will. Let's go ahead and look at our prog charts, and that's the next thing I'd like to see. See what's going on with the weather. We have an occluded front right off of Long Island. High pressure is dominating the entire Northeast, which is good. So I know what you're saying. Hey, why the heck are the jet streams so? Why is the turbulence there? Well, it's CAT. It's clear air turbulence, and it's really nasty stuff right around that Delaware area. And let's take a look at. I really like to look at our charts. And then we'll get there next. Alex says, some Sigmets and Peyruis. Nice, yes. Alex, upset recovery, jump into the stream at the wrong time. You might need to catch me up on what you were doing. Yeah. So, Alex, about that, we were flying up, and you'll see this on the channel here. We were flying up from Fort Lauderdale back here to New York 3 days ago, and it was brutal. Had some really nasty cat right around that area here, and then went to an upset. I mean, I've never had that in the sim. I mean, it was like that news story, plane plummet 6,000. It wasn't that bad, but we oversped, threw out the boards immediately, kicked the autopilot off. I mean, it was hand flying, and the airplane was like this. I've never had that before. So seatbelt was off. It wasn't anticipated. It wasn't even on the forecast. So it hit hard. And then we had thunderstorms to contend with. So we had thunderstorms moving into LaGuardia over New York. So what we had to do is flew all the way over here. We went this way, and then we held in Poughkeepsie. So I put it in a hold, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, took that, and then was listening to real air traffic control through the whole flight. So if that sim was on for a bit, they turned off, and then I listened to real air traffic control, and they started vectoring airplanes back into LaGuardia, and pilot reports saying it's smooth, and that's when we went in. We took our chance, and you'll have to see the landing. So that's coming out on the channel here probably next week. We'll see that. Yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun. It was insane, actually. It was like I've never had that in the sim. I was like, geez, that's pretty cool. I do have real turbulence installed, so I had it active too. So it might have, but it wasn't even in the forecast because it was just weird. It wasn't in the forecast. Anyway, that's what we got, folks. We're looking pretty good all the way in. Let's just go ahead and I'm going to pull up the, let's go ahead and close that. I'm going to pull up the weather, my charts. And we're going to use the new SimBrief feature. I didn't want to show you on the cat out of the bag a week ago, but we released that SimBrief feature. Hopefully you folks have used it. It's great for this type of thing with this aircraft because you really don't know what's going on here. And with this new SimBrief feature, it's really, really nice. And we have takeoff performance data now, which is awesome. And it does a great job for considering the price, right? It's free. So how can you beat free? And we'll show you the route of flight right now. Once we get the briefing done, which I'm going to do with you right now, we're going to go ahead and jump in. Let me go ahead and pull that up. And I'm just trying to get this thing done here. Let's go and get this pulled up right here. Okay, so it's still trying to load it in. It's taking its time here. Let's look at the weather, and you can see our route of flight. Let's see here. That's our OFP. We're going to go ahead and click back to this. And our route of flight is basically straight down and then cutting across. But I want to show you, really, I want to show you the turbulence forecast. And you can see right there, I want to climb up to 3-4. So you can see that bumps, it's pretty much bumpy in that range. And then it's going to be nasty until we get South Florida. And that's at 340, so it's going to be right there. I don't know if we're going to avoid this stuff. This is predicted. It's just a forecast. Look, there's our jet stream, and there's the problem. Right there, you could see this wicked jet stream at 340. 38 starts getting better. 26 at lower altitudes, it's better. Maybe we stay low. I don't know. We'll see. But there's our route of flight. That's what we're looking at. That's our briefing. Let's get in the aircraft and let's get rocking and rolling with this. I do want to just slide this over to here. There we go. Good stuff. Shelton, how are you? He says this. Good evening, Captain. Hope the rest of your week was good. Why are the cats so good at finding dates? Because they always are on the prowl. That's pretty good, too. I liked it. I love it. Got to start with dad jokes always on this channel, folks. It's never good if you don't. So good. That's a good start off. We got the GPU, got the AC hooked up. Let's go in and get this thing fired up. First thing we're going to do is throw the battery switch to the on position, which is right here. Flip it again, and that just throws the bat on. Don't throw the power on just yet because we're going to test the emergency power, and we should have 2 annunciators right there in the red, which tells us the emergency power is not on yet. You're draining battery. So let's go ahead and flip the emergency power on. You can see those lights come off, and then let's test the emergency lights. We're going to throw those to the on position, and then we're going to call in the back.
PA and emergency light test. Emergency lights okay.
All right, so the flight attendant says emergency lights are good, so we're going to go ahead and flip it back to arm, and then going to throw this to off, and now we're going to put the power on the aircraft. Okay, you ready? Here we go. Betty, wake up. Betty is now woken up. Okay, good deal. We've got on the bus now. Right's going to come on. I'm just going to hold off to that right now. The next thing we want to do is check our fire. You're going to go ahead and throw this on, throw that on. Lights here. We got the bell. 2 lights here. Going to cancel the bell. Come on the overhead. We should have 6 lights lit, and we do. Good test all the way around on the fire. All right, pull that out. Pull that out. We're good to go on that. Master caution is off. And we are rocking and rolling. Alex says, no jet streams or high terrain. Nope. Sometimes that can have impact on cat. This is a jet stream issue. This is right that the cat forecast is because of the jet stream is pretty strong at this altitude. So that's what we got going on. I'm going to go with you with the briefing at first. Let's go ahead and call the fuel truck. We've got to do a few things. I like to get everything programmed first on the aircraft. So we'll come over here. We're going to go ahead and click this. We're going to click our weight and balance. We're going to pull our new import OFP into the system, which is HPN. This is not correct, so we're just going to go 0 on this, and then we're going to come over here. And this is a 7540. That's going to give us a 0 fuel at 103.6. And that's the cool thing about charters. We know exactly how much weight we are carrying because of we know how much bags are in, and we know how much weight we have. So what's really nice, because this is not a traditional passenger flight, right? This is a charter, so we know exactly how much passengers we're going to have and their bags. All right, we're going to come over here and we're going to write a couple things down. I'm just going to look straight across here. 9.2, 6.3, and we need about 6.5. So I'm going to put in 6.5 and go a little higher than that. You always want to shoot a little bit more on the, there you go, 6.6, because the fuelers will give you a little more gas. So we're going to go 6.7 just for the heck of it. And 200-300 pounds is good for the fueler. If they're worth anything, they'll give you a little more fuel. That's what you want. We're going to write this down, 12.7 on the takeoff trim, if I can get it. And what I like to do is just take this, what I have here, and then verify what we have on our list. And this is what we get at Coastal Airways. We come over here and check everything. We got zero fuel weight, 103.6, gives us a takeoff weight right around, right around here. This is the landing weight, 113. We got to take a 128 or so. With the fuel burn, it's probably 127-ish. So that's good, 12.7 in the trim. So that's what I like to do. We're plan fuel 9.2, 6.5, gives us 24.9, and we've got that on the fuel ticket here as well, 24.9, 22.1 minimum, and 24.9 maximum. We're going to go with the max on this one, obviously, and we are good. Now, I'm good with that. Let's go ahead and get the fuel truck called in, and we'll start pumping gas into the aircraft. So we'll click the ground tab, and you can see here 62, 92, 92, 67, and then let's rumble here. Before we do that, we have to get in here and do our paperwork. So you could see, man, I'm just going to have to just slow this thing down. There we go, just a little bit. Hopefully you can see that. I don't know if you can on your screen, but I'm trying to make it big for you. Anyway, our arrival, you can see 4750, so we got to write this in there. And this is a big deal for us because, you know, normally, I put in a 7 and I should have put in a 4. Normally your, it doesn't matter, you know, when you're writing this stuff down for a virtual airline, this stuff doesn't matter. It matters to us at Coastal because we're charged now the amount of fuel. So we're going to be going from 9,700 to 24.9, and we have to pay for that gas. That's why it matters for us. It's a big deal. And pilots, you don't have to, you know, if you fly for us, you don't have to do anything. You just got to write it down, keep track of it, just in case something goes haywire. We get charged for that uplift. So we're going to call the fuel truck. It's going to charge us the uplift fee and the amount of money that we, I don't know. I think it's like so maybe it's $1.70 or close to $2 here at Westchester for the gas per gallon. So yeah. Just all you got to do is click on this. Now you're going to start pumping fuel into the aircraft. So fuel's getting in the airplane. The weight's done. All that's good to go. Let's get performance done next. Got that. All right, good. And if you're just checking in, definitely in the chat, let me know who you are. Say hi so we can all, you know, have a good interactive flight. How's that? And I do have Beyond ATC on. We're not going to use it right now. Looks like we have really good coverage in VATSIM. So we'll get our clearance and all that dialed in here in just a minute. I'd like to go through our sim brief now. Let's go ahead and get the performance on the airplane. And like I said, we can do that now because I know exactly how much weight we have. So let's just dial into that. Let's get it pulled over here, and we'll start. Hopefully you can see that. Can everybody see this okay? I'm hoping that you can. All right, let's get into this. So we're on an MD-80 or DC-983 skipjack sea aircraft, and all you got to do is just come up here, click the 3 dots or the 3 horizontal lines, go to Performance and Tools. So you can see, and then just populate from last flight, top left, and that'll dump all that data in there for you, which is awesome. We got 127.6 optimum on the flat setting. We're going to hold off on that because the airplane's probably going to calculate a more optimum for us. We will do full and flex takeoff. We can just click that. You can see what it would do. Yep, that's fine. Bleed settings are going to be auto. Anti-ice is off. We don't need that. Winds are 2304, 21 degrees, pressure 3009, and the conditions are dry. The flex assume temp is enabled, and we will disable improved climb just because this is a short runway. Improved climb basically is saying, hey, we have a little longer runway. We could go faster, right? And then we could climb out over terrain quicker. Well, we have a 6,000-foot runway, so that's really not great for us. And you can see what's going on here. We have maximum runway weight exceeded. Now, they're saying 115,834 pounds on the exceedance. Takeoff is not authorized. There's a couple things we could do. One, we could try and say, all right, first of all, this is runway 29. We're not going to take runway 29. It's going to be runway 34 with a wind at 230. Now let's recalculate that, and we got good numbers. So remember, if it doesn't seem right, you've got to investigate and go, what the heck is going wrong here? Because with this weight, that's fine. And I just want to make sure, really quick, I'll look at our weather. We'll pull the ATIS up. What are they using? They're using 3-4 for the departure. So departure, they're departing 29er and they're departing 3-4. 29er's a 4,000-foot runway. Nope. That is against our SOPs, but 3-4 is. We're good to go. So let's take a look at this, and you could do a formatted or you can do a raw output, which is basically text, which I like. It's airport, runway 34, looking at a Toro 6500, Toto 65, elevations 400, all that's standard. They're calling for flaps auto, bleeds auto, anti-ice off, output flap 11. We're going to flex at 31. So you can see that right there at 31 code, that cell flex. Terry says, my sister got into simming to relax. She enjoys it after work, but her desk and shoved in the corner, then built her a sim, I guess. Gosh. Oh, man. Interesting. Good stuff. Different. All right, anyway, that's where we're at right now. So we got flaps 11 flex and then 31 on the cell temp. We got 130, 135, 143 bleeds on, anti-ice is off. Limit code is field, so we're limited by the field length. That's what that means. And then we've got our thrust. We're going to be flexing down. So let's get those numbers into the... Here, let me go ahead and pull this up one more time. We're going to throw this in there. There we go. So flap we'll just leave alone. Cell temp 31 degrees, if I can write this down. And runway is going to be 3-4. So we'll get all that done. I still have to populate the flaps and stuff, so we'll get that in there in just a minute. But at least we got our numbers now. So we got our numbers on the aircraft. We're ready to go. Let's get them boarded. And we'll call up GSX. We'll tell them to start boarding the aircraft. Request a boarding. Okay. And by the way, if you're watching this, folks, we do it the right way. This is not... You're not getting... What you're going to get from this channel, hopefully, is some value. And when it's done, it should be done right. Now, that doesn't mean we don't make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time. But I'm trying to teach and show you how it's done in the real world. All right? So if you're into that, then... you might want to stick around. If you don't care, you just want to do barrel rolls in the sky, it's probably not the channel for you, and I'm just going to be honest. That's kind of how it is. All right, 92, 92, 4,700. We're still pumping more in the center there. Having said that, though, we have a good time. Do you want to board the crew? No, I do not want to board crew because we're on the aircraft already, so we're good to go. We're still getting gas in there. That's good. And then we'll start doing our, I'm just going to throw this on there, and I'm going to actually get out and we're going to do a walk around. This is our turn to walk around the aircraft. And I will show you that. I have to review that stupid comment there. Snarkiness. All right, looking at the strake. The strake looks good. The alpha veins right there, and that's looking good as well. You come up here, check your 3 pitot tubes. 1, 2, 3. Here come the passengers. Tires, the TAP probe, which is the TAT. Total temperature. And there's another alpha vein. Strake looks good, and then we're going to come across here. Tug. Here come the passengers, and they're walking all over the place on the airplane. Gotta love it. The static ports, make sure it's not taped or anything like that. Okay, they might have washed the aircraft, you never know, so you want to make sure that, you know, you can look at it, make sure it's good to go. There's no tape on the aircraft or anything like that. What are these passengers doing? I got to get these passengers wrangled in. They're just doing their own thing, walking wherever they want. Okay, lights good. You look over here at your static. These are your static wicks for electricity or anything like that. You look at the flat. Aileron looks good. The trim tab on the aileron, excuse me, looks good as well. There we go. Excuse me. Flap fairings looking good. You need to come under the tire, make sure that that's good to go. Your pins are good. You might make sure there's no flat spots on the tire, no cords hanging out, and you got your splash guard right there. And over here, looking at the nacelle, make sure there are no birds in it. This airplane's been sitting about 2 days, so we got here a couple days ago for the game. We're flying back down, and tomorrow we got to fly back, or Sunday rather. We got to fly back to Madison Square Garden, hopefully for a Game 7. I am going to talk about Game 7 here in a little bit. When we get airborne, we'll talk about the hockey game, what I think is going to happen. All right, looking at the elevator. Elevator's looking good, straight across. Nothing's hanging off the airplane. Rudder's looking good as well. We come across. Beaver tail's looking good. And your, again, static wicks. You've got 2 on that side, 2 on that side, 2 on the tail. And everybody's walking up. It's only 60 passengers. We wouldn't be boarding from the back, but I don't know how to get GSX not to. These are Pratt & Whitney JT8Ds, 219s. Old engines. One thing we have to do on the walk around, you can't see it, but I can right there. You can see that little circle there. That's the pressurization outflow valve, and it's closed. We got to get that thing open. So when we do our flows, we will get that open. All right, splash guard tires come across. That's looking good there too. All right, back here. This is an MD-80. There is no hydraulic actuators. There is none. This is an ancient airplane, okay? This is, as my daughter would say, this is from BC something else. This is a Mad Dog MD-Asaurus, as they call it. I love the airplane. It burns a lot of fuel, though. It does burn a lot of gas. I gotta be honest. Again, back here, static's good. Where was I going with that? I was telling you. And then you want to make sure your doors are closed. We'll get back in before they pull the dang jetway out. They'll shut the door on us. They often do that. They close the door on me a lot. There's our cabin. And you can see inside this is a custom Coastal Airways cabin. Now, wouldn't look like this. We actually have it on VIP cabins. So we have a bunch of couches in there and things like that. Okay, good to go on that. Scrap. Shelton says, you put out a patron video, however, couldn't see it. Did you scrap it beforehand? Try it again. I think it was under private, but try it again, Shelton. It should work now. I didn't scrap it. It was the I think it was the Turbo Duke, right? The Turbine Duke. Just check it for me, if you will. Alex says Jason might have to head in 5 minutes about the crew walk. Okay, about to crew walk and do my maintenance logs and technical logs. All right, Alex, have a good flight, my friend. Safe flight, be good, and we'll see you later. Thanks for checking in. Have fun. What is it? It's probably late over there, isn't it? Or early in the morning. Good stuff. Good times. All right, let's write this down, 9292. I'm going to write these fuel figures down really quick, and then 6650. We're looking at 25.1. That's perfect for us. Good. We got good gas on the airplane now. Let's go in and do our flows. So that's what I was like. I like to get everything done, and then at least paperwork and stuff, and we'll do flows. Circuit breakers are in. That's looking good. Everything up on top, we're going to test this. Right there, it's perfect. We've already checked all that. That looks good. And coming back down, we've got normal, normal, normal. That's good. Straight across APU, we're going to go to basically the outside power. External power, that is. That's pushing amps. Amps are 0, but the volts are pretty high, about 25, 26. All that's good to go. Okay. Coming back down, 0, 0. We'll get the APU on here in a minute. That looks good. Oh, that's what I need to turn on. That's what I forgot. I got to get my SPAD.next to fire up. Well, let's go ahead and pull that up. While I'm doing that, we'll go ahead and finish it up. Start pumps off. This is off. Fuel heat's off. That's good. Emer lights are armed. We're going to go ahead and throw the chemtrails on and the seatbelts on. Coming across here, we're going to throw the anti-ice on. And now let's check the actual fuel. So we're going to do a check in the cross feed. So to pull the fuel cross feed, and if you don't know where that is on this aircraft, it's right here. It's just this lever. So we're going to go ahead and pull that lever, and we're going to go ahead and yank that lever off. You can see how we just have the annunciators off. Now if I throw this back to off, we got inlet fuel pressure, low light is on. That's perfect. That's a good test. We do have center fuel, so we're going to go ahead and throw all of our fuel pumps on, including the center. We're going to go straight down to on. So we'll burn out that center tank first before we do anything. Test is on. We're going to hold this for about 5 seconds. There we go. Good check on that, and I'm just going to make sure that we've got a good... Yes. All right, coming across, normal, 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 coming down, 8 cars is good. We're going to cancel that. Supplies are off because it's, again, bypassing, going right through the duct manifold pressure. I mean, the duct manifold, and it's going right into the aircraft. All right, the landing altitude is pretty much at sea level, and then I don't know what the pressure is. We're trying to put that 3001. We'll try its high pressure, so... That might change. I'm going to flip this. Rates to 0. That's what we want. Very close to that. Engine sinks off. Let's going to throw this on. We're going to get a test. Okay, that's the JIPWAS test. Wind shear test. Test number 2. Lights on. We've got the horns. Good. Good. That's on number 1. There's 2 stall systems. We're going to throw that to the off. Mach overspeed test. Good. Off, normal. And you can do this for the test. You can see it here. All right, you can, I don't know if you saw that, but if you throw test, you can see the FOD alerts. Good deal. Okay. Coming back down, that's good. We did do the anti-skid test, didn't we? I don't remember. We'll do it anyway. All right, anti-skid's good. Good test. It's back to arm. On, normal test. We've done that. Venturi is fan. We are on the cabin. It's good. Nice, comfortable temperature out there right now for them. We're going to throw this on. Pull it to dim. We don't need to do that because we're flying during the day. Okay, good test on the overhead coming across here. Okay, false alarm. We tried it and it worked. Okay, good deal. Good ear, Shelton. Good stuff. All right, let's go and get the... they want to get us door closed and everything else. So, all right, let's close the forward cabin door so the thing just shuts up. We're going to get the forward, mid, and aft closed. We'll get the aft main up and the stairs have to be closed. Looks like we have 2 pumps on. If that's the case, we shouldn't have those closed yet. That's why. We're going to have to turn those on anyway. We've got hydraulic pressure on them. All right. The next step on this game is getting a clearance. Let's see. New York Center. Are you on? Which one are you? 125 is approach on New York approach. 128, 125. So let's tune that in. 128, 125. 128, 125. I'm going to request for a PDC. Look, and folks, I know everybody's raving about Beyond ATC, and there's a place for it, but you can't beat a human. You just can't. Famous last words. Alex says 11 a.m. If I'm back in time, I might catch up with you after for a second or two. Yeah, I can send you the tracking number if you want. Yeah, I love it. Post your flight number on there, bud, and then we could track you on like flight radar or something. That'd be cool if you did that. We'll track you to see where you're going. Let me call him up. New York approach. Looks like 128, 125 are on there, and let's give him a call. Maybe. New York approach, Riptide 5803. Gotta wait a second to see if it's actually gonna work. 128, 120, 125. That's on there. Let's make sure my settings are good. The audio works. Check, check. And the sound is where it needs to be.
Alright, sounds good. JetBlue 1339 for now. Taxi via Echo, cross runway 4 left at Echo. Stay terminus. Cross Echo, cross Takeoff, yeah, Echo, Foxtrot, Echo, Attribution, Echo, Aero, Foxtrot left, on Echo, Attribution,
Let me give a call here. New York approach, Riptide 5803. We gotta get a PDC, please. You did. You might have PDC'd me. Negative.
Echo 5803, New York departure, although I don't cover Westchester. That'll be center. Contact them, 125.32.
125.32. See ya. 125.32. New York approach does not control them. 125.32. Flip that over there. We're going to go 125.32. All right, 125.32. We do have
Okay, 310.
we do have clearance, so I'm not worried about that.
Papa.
Let me just do this really quick, folks. I'm just going to go ahead and flip this over here. We've got our clearance. It's an MD-80 departure destination route HPN White 409 Clapper or Clipper. Looking at altitude of 360 squawk 1525. So I'll throw that there. 1525 remarks cleared HPN 8. Departure maintained 3000. Expect 360 in 10. Contact departure frequency 125.325, and we'll contact the same for taxi. All right, so 3,000 up. Altitude's coming in. We're going to throw this to 3,000. We're set there. Mach airspeed and our airspeed. We had the numbers, didn't we? We did. We got 130, we're at 135 and 143, and we will put that in. 130, 135, 143. 130, 135, 143. Let's see if we match it up with the actual aircraft's performance. So we're going to go ahead and check this out. And the reason why I'm doing this is because it's just redundancy. I just want to make sure that this is good to go. And this is, again, it's got to calculate our flaps. Okay, we're looking at 3105. Throwing my pen around. Visibility's coming in at 10 statute miles, clear skies. And we've got temperature 19, 2.8. Altimeter is 3011. Runway 34. All right, folks. We have got the numbers now. And we are going to go ahead and throw that in there. Winds, you could calm the winds if you'd like. Or you can do 310. And that's what we're going to do. 310 at 5. And the reason why I say you can calm the winds, because that's like the worst case scenario, right? Temperature's 19. We've got outside air temperature at 19. The runway's 34. Flaps are going to be optimum. We are coming in at 3011. Decimal 11. Anti-ice is off. Packs are on. Takeoff weight is going to be up there around 127-ish. 127,000 right there. Just click calculate and we'll see what we got. Okay, we got 43. They say 31 on the cell temp. We're going to use those conservative numbers. We're going to go 31. Flap 13. They're saying flap 11. We will go 13 as well with the 31 cell temp. So that's going to be better. 128. And if they're within about 2 to 3 knots, that's fine. 133, 142. So about 2 knots lower than what we were calculating with SimBrief. So it's very close to what we want. Okay, coming over to here, we are going to be flying the 8 departure, which is what's called the Westchester 8. And basically, I'll show you the SID and what we're going to do. Westchester 8. Let's pull that thing in. I want to pin it up. We're just going to go runway heading, 295 on the heading. So we're going to go ahead and throw that in there. Heading is going to be 295. Not flying the leg, just PM and jump seat. Okay. Crew relief, not type rated. Okay, gotcha. Well, that's going to be fun. Get a picture if you can, buddy. Get a picture, post it on our Discord channel at Coastal, if you can. 295, I understand. 295 coming across. We've got that. So we're going to pick basically runway heading to 1,000 feet, and we're going to roll the aircraft 295. And they're going to give us what we planned, and I believe it was, what did we plan out? They planned us to Clipper. I got to find out where the heck they've planned us here. No, to White. Okay. There we go. 3,000 feet, that's in there. It's good to go. Everything is good. We've got the return, this right here, 109.7 in the hole. That's just in case if we need to come and do an ILS approach for something. If we had an emergency, we will not come back here. It's too short of a runway. Probably go up to JFK or down to JFK over to Newark, somewhere around there. That's the plan. At least 143 in the... Us right here, 143, that's set, and then, yeah, I gotcha. And then last thing we're going to do is plug in our cruise, and what we're cruising at on our paperwork. Okay, we're looking good here, folks. We're just a few more minutes and we're out of here. We're cruising at 360 with a speed of approximately 0.77. So that's kind of the plan, at least. Let's go and flip this down. We're going to go ahead and actually turn that off for now. I'm still going to finish my flows. Hold that. Let it go. Just kind of getting all those ILS antennas, everything testing. Got to check the O's, check the oxygen masks. It's good to go there on that. Let's go ahead and get the aircraft ready and configured. All right, I will show you that. All right, we're jumping in here. You can see along with me, we've got an MD. Now, by the way, the first officer would have already thrown all this performance numbers in, and we already got this airplane, but this is a pretty quick one to do. We are in an MD-83. AIRAC is updated May 16 to June 3rd, 13th, 24. We're going to go position initialize, and it is HPN. Almost probably going to be, it might be the last one of the season, folks. The Rangers are staring down an elimination game. And I'm just going to go to the last position. I'll throw it in there. And you could do a GNS. Just kind of look. They're the same, so you want to make sure that, you know, you're generally in the same field. Click route. Pretty much filed where we need to be. So we go HPN in the scratch pad, and we're going to put Kilo FLL right there, just like that. And then going to dump it in the co-route right there on L2. There it goes. It populates that. You can't see anything, and I know why. I am on the wrong screen. So what we can do here is I'm going to throw a new window in there, and it is going to be the Mad Dog left side. Thank you. That's all in there. We're going to go click route. I was doing the FO side, so now I'm doing the right side. Okay, we're going to go 3-4 on the runway. We're going to go to white. It is going to be departure, and it's going to be basically the HPN 8. 3-4 on the runway. Click route again. We're going to go to departure. We're going to go to the arrivals. Fort Lauderdale, we're coming in on the CUDA, I believe. The CUDA 3 arrival right there. We'll dump that in the CUDA, and it looks like the Magic transition. So next page it over there is Magic. Throw that in there. Make sure it's selected. Click route. And click to activate, execute. There you go. We're going to go pref, page, 0 fuel weight, 103.6. We'll throw that in there. And reserves at 6,000. We don't have an alternate today, so the weather's beautiful down there in Fort Lauderdale. The only weather issue is we're going to have that cat up at altitude. Fuel, we put in what, 25.1. And then slant alpha, that's going to be auto. And then cruise altitude 360. Now, I've got paperwork. And again, you just can't go trusting whatever that says. You got to actually look at your paperwork here. We're going to go up to 77. We are at a weight at 127. So 126, we can climb up to 370, which is the service ceiling of this aircraft. And that is what we want. And the reason why we do that, folks, is because sometimes you could get into a stall situation. You get really close to that coffin corner, and you know, it's happened in real life where you have a flight crew that didn't check that, and guess what? They just trusted what the dispatch gave them, and next thing you know, the aircraft was stalling when they climbed, and that was it. We don't want to do that noise. All right, so we're going to put in 356 at 61. ISA deviation, or we can do with the temperature up at altitude. It's negative 55 degrees. I'm going to throw that in right there. That's all good to go. Click takeoff, and we're going to be 130, 135, 143. So 130, 135. As a matter of fact, I'm going to go on the low side. I'm going to go 128 on this one. 128, 135, 143. And the reason why I want a little lower on the V1 is because it gives us a little more time to react to any issues. Okay, that's good to go. Click that, click legs page. We're all done there. Now, let's continue our flows. We're going to come down and work on the the mid panel here. And let's just get a couple things done here. We're going to come over here, click the fuel reset. Just want to make sure that's good to go. Good. Both of those work. Come over here. We're going to click this test. That's going to drive the EPR bugs up. That's good. And we're going to also test our fuel. 333. You're going to see that. You're going to flip it again. 333. We're just going to make sure we're on the correct. We are having 103.6. That is correct. Now we're going to flip this TRP off. And then we're going to go takeoff flex. And we're going to go down, flex it down to 31. Right there. 31 is set. Now we're going to come down here. A lot to do. This is kind of how you have to do it the right way. Now, before I test the throttles, I'm going to throw this to on. This is our pressurization outflow valve. Now I'm going to push it up. Good. We'll come back down. All right, here we go. 12.7. About right there. And then flap 13 right there. Okay, and then we're going to dial this thing up to 13. It's called dial a flap. Don't use range. We don't want to do that. We want to put that right there. There we go. And then we want to squawk 1525 on the squawk. So we're going to go 1525. By the way, folks, if you're just checking in, 1525 on the squawk. We're going to go ahead and test that. Put the standby. There we go. That's good to go. You would test and look at your TCAS. Good. We got a good test on that. Coming down 0, 0. Open that. And then open that. We're going to go ahead and throw this to takeoff, arm. Flows are done. Now paperwork has to be done, and we are out of here. Let's go ahead and start the APU, and we're going to get on track here. 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000, back to run. Okay, let's get going. Paperwork time. It's always paperwork. You know, if you think airline pilots don't do paperwork, you are mistaken. Because that's all you do is paperwork. Let's do this together. How does it feel to be back in the Mad Dog? I love it, man. The Mad Dog's a fun airplane to fly. At 58:03 HPM, we're going to Fort Lauderdale. It is 2 hours and 32 minutes once we're airborne gate to gate. Additional fuel for turbulence. We got that turbulence over the northeast. There's our flight. Our nose is correct. We are in the 83. ATOG's 127.7. We are so close to our maximum. That right there, that's ATOG, which is available takeoff gross weight, and we are pushed right up to it with a limit of, I don't know why, it should be field. Bless you. We are at 439. That's correct there as well. We're going about 1,000 miles here. This is our route of flight. We've already programmed this right there. There's a couple things we still have to do. Top of climb 360, copy the winds here, 356.61. We've got negative 55, 360 and up here. Minimum fuel 22.1. Maximum fuel is going to be 24.9. We've got 25.1 on the airframe, so that's good. Zero fuel weight 1036. Takeoff weight 127.7. And our landing weight is going to be 113.3. All checked, ready to go. This stuff right there is fine. We're going to go ahead and just sign that. Now, stick with me. Okay, we got top of climb. We're looking at these numbers. We're going to start with Vils first. And we got 355 at 61. So if there is a difference of 10 or 10 knots, 10 degrees or 10 knots, we have to add it in the FMC. So far, so good. 351 at 57. We're fine there. 57, fine. We're looking at 61, 55, 50, right there. This is our first one. 330.62 at Kooky. 83, that's going to be a problem. That's at bench. 79, 315, that's fine. Close. Right on the money. Very close. Yeah, there's a change. Saggy. Come down to Jordan. 70 to 81. We'll see. Nope. We can have to hit it with Razzle. Magic. Dang, man. We're going to be busy doing this. 18 knots. Look at that as we go down here. That's good. That's good. That's good. 340. That's fine. Okay, and that's done on the top of the sentence. So everything I've highlighted. Check this right here. Starting to kooky. Let's get into the system, and I'll show you what I'm going to do. You get back into here. I will pull this up for you. I'm going to make it a little smaller so you can see on the other side what I'm doing here. So what we're going to do is go to our route data page, and you look at our legs page, and we're going to actually do this. And in the 737s and modern aircraft, you can actually link the ACARs, and it automatically dumps it in there. But this particular aircraft, we're flying a Dinosaur. We got to do it by ourselves. So you can see kooky. It's looking at click route data here, and you can see kooky 35661. It's 330/62. That's where we start changing our stuff. So that's that, and then we got bench changed as well. 315 at 83, so it's going to get pretty strong. That's where we're going to be in that jet stream we were talking about before. Next page down, we're going to go saggy here. 302.81. 302 slant 81. We're going to dump it right there, and then keep on going to Razzle. Razzle's next, and that's going to be 302 at 61. It's just it's going to start coming down after we get out of that jet stream. You can see where that jet stream is, right? As we get out of it, it starts getting lower and lower for us. Magic is 311 at 49. I'm going to throw that in there at Magic. Did I miss it? Yep. And we're going to click execute. That's pretty much it for now. I mean, you can throw one more in there. I don't really think it matters. Oop. Fat fingered it. And that's why it's always a good idea to look. 311/49 over that Magic. There we go. That's just a little fat finger. And then we're looking at 346 at 18. Our last one. And execute. Done. Legs page. That's it. Checklist. Hopefully it provides value. You know, Jack Center is all over this thing. They are on it. Okay, checklist time. And let's get going. Get that going. 3008. We'll run our checklist, and we'll be gone, folks. All right, here we go. Okay, before start check, zero fuel weight is set. Takeoff condition computer is set. Stabilizer trim is set. Flap takeoff selector is set. Fuel and fuel pumps. We've got 25.1 and all the fuel pumps are on. Doors come and close. Hydraulics are on high. Let's get the heck out of Dodge. All right, so we'll go ahead and get a push on Alpha. And we are rocking and rolling, folks. Before start checklist is complete. You guys ready? I'm ready to go. Flip this down. We're looking good. All right, here comes the aircraft. We are ready to rock and roll. We're going to come over here. We're going to release. Before we do anything, we got to make sure we get on the APU. APU is on. Air is coming on. On the bus. On the bus. I did that the last flight. I shut everything off, and guess what? The APU was not connected. And you look like an idiot when you do that because the airplane goes dark and you're like, oops. Kilo HPN. Enter. This is our charts. I'm just going to brief you really quick on the Westchester 8. You've seen this a bazillion times if you watch this channel. What we're going to do on the takeoff is pretty simple. I'm going to go runway heading 295 at 1,000 feet, and then they're going to vector us to white, which is all the way down here by Jersey. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to be taxiing a quick taxi here. We are going to go on Alpha. We're going to push over here somewhere to Alpha on Alpha and then down Alpha to 3-4. We're going to start both engines on this one. All right. Any questions? We will talk about threats. There's a lot of traffic on, so I'm going to kind of be quiet and we'll get that going. So it says maybe you'll see a sister ship in Fort Lauderdale. Exactly. All right.
New York Center, American 797, checking in, flight level 350.
All right, we're going to go. Oh, before I do that,
797, New York, good evening. Evening.
we're going to pull off the GPU off the airplane. We'll pull the AC off the aircraft. Now we're ready to go. Let's give him a call. New York Center, Riptide 5803, Westchester, looking to push on Alpha. Did it not work? It works. I don't understand. All right. Let's try it.
Sorry, who's the last aircraft calling?
Riptide 5803. We're at Westchester looking to push on Alpha with the numbers.
That's approved. Riptide 03, call me when ready for taxi.
All right. We'll call you when we're ready for taxi. Thanks. Hey, Pops. What's going on? All right. Let's go ahead and throw the lighting on. Come over here. Anti-collision light on. It's perfect, Pops. You just... perfect timing. We're just ready for the push here. So you timed that perfectly. All right, we're going to go ahead and prepare for push and departure. Do I want to start the engines? No, I don't. And by the way, when I'm not filming, like when I'm not live, this goes so much faster. I could get out of here in about 20 minutes. But the reason why this takes a while is because I'm teaching. And it takes a while when you're talking, you're trying to do things, and it just takes a while. So appreciate your patience. And there she is in all of her glory. And actually, if the Rangers lose, we're going to take this skipjack aircraft. We're going to keep it in Fort Lauderdale. We'll swap airplanes. We'll go to yellow. Was it Yellowfin? We'll take our Yellowfin aircraft, fly it up to here. So we'll drop the Rangers back off, and then we'll fly Yellowfin back down to Fort Lauderdale. And the reason why we're doing that is because we have a maintenance base down there in Fort Lauderdale, and that's where this airplane's going to undergo maintenance for the season. We'll get a good, nice A-check going on for it. Maybe, I don't think we need a B-check yet, but definitely get an A-check on it for the season.
Good evening, New York Center, November
And we'll be ready to rock and roll.
Level at 8,000, heading 050, just off of Allen Tap. Mickey November 95, Kilo, New York Center, hello. Proceed direct Kennedy, VOR, Juliet, Foxtrot, Kilo, climb and maintain flight level 270 at Alpha, your final for today. Up to 270, direct JFK, 95 Kilo.
Hold on, it's my audio. Hang on just a minute. Let me see if this is going to work. Give me a second.
Direct news, 95 Kilo.
There's a few things I'm going to do. If it's the audio that's bothering everyone, let's get that right. So I've got to get that right because it's been happening on and off, and I want to make sure we can, get that going here. Let's make sure headset's there. So it says it's static and distorted. We're going to go ahead and click used autosave quick edit push. And let's just try this.
Release parking brake.
It's all static and distorted, huh?
Release parking brake.
We don't want that. Output mic volume.
Release parking brake. Release parking brake.
Okay, but you hear me fine, right? This happened a month or so ago. Yeah, it did. It's from the PC. All sounds on the PC. Audio, not your voice.
Release
Okay,
parking brake.
so That's what I'm saying. Can you hear? It had to do with streaming. Yeah. All right.
Release parking brake.
Is that better, worse, or the same?
Release parking brake.
Let me see what's going on here.
Release parking brake.
All right, we're gonna try to get this right, folks. So bear with me. You got to let me know if it's.
Delta 2230 contact.
I can hear this
Center
clear.
1,
You can't, though.
3372.
Delta 2230 contact Washington Center
Release parking brake.
132.30.
Negative 133.72. 3372.
3.76 Delta 2230.
All right. Is that better or the same?
Southwest 51 checking in, flight level 37040 miles southwest
Release
of
parking brake.
Phillipsburg.
Is that better or worse? You guys got to let me know if it's better or worse.
551, your center radar contact. Proceed direct Hancock, on November Kilo.
Better or worse or the same?
Here, Cesar Hillary 9540, with you at flight level 10,000.
Release parking brake.
You say it's the same. Weird. All sources are distorted other than you.
Release
That's it.
parking brake.
For Zulu, climb maintain level 340. 340, 9540.
All right. Is that better or worse?
Release parking brake.
Shelton says doesn't bother me at all. Shelton, is it distorted on your end?
Parking brake.
Is everybody having the same issue?
Should we continue heading 330 or should we direct to Cockpit? I wouldn't realize. Okay, proceed direct.
So, folks in the chat, can you hear this okay, or is it all distorted and weird?
Flight maintain 340 equal United 540. 540.
It's same for you, but does anybody have that issue, or is it just Jeffrey? Is it all jacked up?
Release parking brake.
All right, let's try this. Which output? Okay, that I just completely lost.
Release parking brake.
All right, you tell me, is that better or not?
Release parking brake.
All right. Let me know if that's better. I'm trying to change some different
Release
channels here. It's distorted, however, as long as I can hear you, that's all that matters. Yeah, but that's not. You were clear. Background is distorted. So why would it be distorted? Like, I don't understand. I'm hearing this clear. So what is going on? Yeah.
New York Center United.
All right.
2099, 30,000.
I don't know how it cleared itself up. I remember that, Jeff, but I don't know.
Cross bottles at maintain level 280.
I don't know the. I don't know what happened. Let's push. Let's just do this. Let's push back, and I'll take it in the air. How's that? We'll kind of get it in the air because I want to get going. So I'm gonna try to. We'll try to, try to troubleshoot if you will. If you can help me out, we can troubleshoot together. That'll be nice. I do apologize. I can hear this fine. Let me just try one more thing here.
Release parking brake.
Which house game count? Okay, so this is gonna be our. This has to be here.
Release parking brake.
Let's see gameplay. Like if I do this
Release parking brake.
and I put it on, it's the only thing I can put it on, right? All right, let's troubleshoot when we get her, and we'll troubleshoot the thing.
Parking brake.
New York Center Valkyrie 188 Delta Heavy.
You had to disconnect something last time. What did I disconnect?
Valkyrie 188.
I don't remember what I disconnected.
Valkyrie 188 Delta New York Center. Hello, proceed direct.
We're going from HPN. Here, let's brakes off here. HPN to Fort Lauderdale.
Valkyrie 188 Delta Heavy.
All right, we're starting. 15:23. I gotta mark that time out. I apologize, folks. We'll get that right here in a minute. We're out at 15:23. Otherwise, we might just take a huge delay. I don't want to do that. Oil quantity. We've had to put more oil in the aircraft. We were running low, so we did that already. And then hydraulic is looking good at 15/14. So I sound good, but the system doesn't. So what I think, and ATC is all garbled too. It's all jacked up all the way across. Maybe I could do this. Let me know if that worked. I don't know. All right, we're gonna start. We're gonna start the engines here. Air conditioning is on. I'm sorry, this is on. We've got pressure in. The splies are off. Brakes coming off. We're gonna start number 2. You guys let me know if it got any better or worse or the same. All right. We're gonna go A this time. We were on B the other time. Start valve is open. Let's get this thing going. All game PC audio. So I know it's.
Backway 188 Delta P direct Owens.
I think it has to do with something with this thing. So just give me a second. We're gonna try to figure this thing out.
Unlocking gear.
22. Here comes the fuel. I think I know what's going on. Fuel's in. I'm gonna try to troubleshoot this. You can't hear anything now, can you? You can hear me, but not the game, right?
Bypass pin removed.
All right. We got a good start.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
EGT is looking good. We're going to go ahead and throw the starter valve to off. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start the left engine right now. Let's get the left engine running. All right, there we go. It's the same. Mother. What is going on with this thing? You can hear me, but you can't. The game's all jacked up. All right. Let me try something here really quick, folks. Let's get the fuel in. So that's going to bother me. I'm going to try one thing before we take off. Fuel's in. Watching the EGT coming up.
188 Delta, climb maintain global 330.
I'm going to try a different channel. I'm going to open a whole new channel. I think this is an OBS thing. It sounds like an OBS thing because I'm hearing the audio fine. I'm hearing ATC fine. You're not, which means we've got a problem between you and the stream computer. So that's what that is. So I think I'm going to try to isolate something. We'll throw this to off. All right, let me do my flows really quick and then we'll get rocking.
Number 818 Tango Bravo.
APU's coming off.
ILS runway 34 approach into
There, off. Supplies on.
3009er.
Good. Coming down.
Man on the ILS 34 and
The
altimeter
sights on.
09er Tango Bravo.
Flaps coming down to 13. One more notch. There's 13. Take a look. This is coming armed.
And remember 818 Tango Bravo, proceed direct to tax. Juliet Echo Tango Alpha X-ray when able.
Okay.
Direct G-Tax 8 Tango Bravo.
I had hardware issues. Yeah, I think I'm going to try one thing really quick. Just bear with me. I'm going to try to add an audio stream here. Let's see if it would work. Okay, we are looking at Elgato display. Output, that is where it should be. Okay, let's try one thing here. I'm going to try to add one thing really quick, and let's see if we can't get it to work. If I can. All right, let's try this. Let's just try monitor off. Okay, you can't hear anything there. I turned it off. I can't hear anything. Can you hear that or no? Is that better, worse, or the same? Yeah, it doesn't do dial a flap. Is the audio the same or is it worse? While you do that, I'm going to get my checklist rolling. Okay, here we go. Before taxi air conditioning panel is set. Coming across here. We're going to throw these to the off position. 1, 2. Pitot heat ignition is on. Anti-ice is off. Flight instruments are checked. Flight controls are free. Flaps and slats are checked. Takeoff with a green light. Transponders on TARA. Pneumatic cross feeds are set as required. It's off. Only me now. Okay. How about that? Is it the same, better, worse? And I'm only going to do this for now. We'll take off with this, and then we'll see if we can't fix it. Brakes off. Here we go. I do apologize, folks, but sometimes this stuff happens, right? What about now? Can you hear the audio? Is it still distorted? The weird thing is this, as it happened months ago. I think it's it might be needed a reset. Same sounds like an eye exam. Oh gosh. Oh man, same, better, worse. I don't know. Yeah, exactly. It's an eye exam. 1 or 2. We'll try to get it airborne, folks. I don't want to delay too much, and we'll see if we can't get it better. So just hang with me. Oh shoot, I'm taxiing here. I gotta stop. New York Center, Riptide 5803, taxi, please, Westchester. It's distorted. Dang.
Goodbye.
I unplugged. What did I unplug? I don't remember.
Riptide 5803, runway 34, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 29 or Alpha.
Okay, runway 34, we'll cross runway 29 on Alpha, Riptide 5803. I unplugged something. You had to reset or unplug. What did I reset? You guys remember? I don't remember. I don't remember what I reset. I don't remember what I did.
30, about 20 miles from
Does it feel like it's overmodulated on your side?
Radar contacts the altitude.
Level 370.
Rank 30, Roger. Thank you. Cross Geno at enemy scene for level 230.
Geno 230.
I suspect it's this. I suspect. Yeah, I remember you bringing up the problem. I just don't remember what the heck the thing was.
Unit 2099, cross Sarah.
See, now I can't hear anything.
200.
Okay.
Sarah at 200, United 2099.
Let's see if I do this. All right, how is that? Is that better, worse, or the same? My exam time. It probably didn't change for you, which tells me just you, nothing else. Okay, and I did that for a reason. Can you hear anything now? You should be able to hear the engines. Let's pop the window open here. You could probably hear it. Constant distortion. Son of a... Alright. Okay. I think it's OBS. I really do. There's one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try to reset the channel. But we'll do that when we get airborne, okay? I'll reset the channel. We'll get everything working. It's just going to probably take me another 5-10 minutes. So I want to make sure we can get airborne here. If you guys are okay with that. It's going to suck, but...
American 797, contact
All right.
Boston Center 134.7, get a...
134.7 for American 7.
Yeah, I got to reset it. Let me stop here by the runway. We'll reset it and we'll go from there. I think I know what I need to do. I think it's going to be if I can create a new audio channel I'm just going to have some time to do that. It's going to take me about 4 to 5 minutes to do that, which I will do before this departure. So I'm just going to kind of sneak out of here, get away from everybody.
03 Westchester wind 310
Yeah, he's clearing me.
takeoff.
Okay, sir, can we hold here for about 5 minutes? We got to check a light.
No worries. Let me know when you're ready to go.
Roger. All right, let's just do that. We'll plug the park brake on. Let's go in and check this really quick. I'm going to try to see if I can get this done.
4.7, get 80.
Boston 134.7, Southwest 5 point. Have a good night. Thanks for the help.
Good night, thank you.
I can remove lock volume.
188 Delta, New York Oceanic is closed. Radar service is terminated. Frequency change approved. Good day.
Auto display. What does that do? That slows that down.
Have a good night.
All right. That display. Now you can't hear anything, right? Everybody, you can't hear anything, you can't see anything. You can hear me, but you can't hear the game, right? Is everybody with me? How about now? Is it the same? Distorted? Garbage?
Number 818 Tango Bravo Cross to taxi 2000 cleared. ILS runway 34 approach.
GTAX at 2000, cleared for the ILS 34, 8 Tango Bravo.
Same? Yeah, I just don't want to do that. Let me see something really quick. If I could throw in...
New York Center, good evening. JetBlue 922.
Reboot the stream machine.
CIOVOR, descending via the Cameron for arrival.
JetBlue 922, New York Hello Cross Hogs at and maintain flight level at and maintain.
Problem is if I do that, it's the same. Okay.
Hogs at and maintain.
Let me see.
flight level
Display
180,
capture.
922.
Video capture device. Let me try this. I'm going to try something new. Elgato stream link.
Central aircraft, New York Center, and your approach will be off at the top of the hour.
We gotta go. Nope. I'm gonna try this. I know it's gonna be weird. Give me a second. Smokes. Okay. I can't hear anything right now, but you can. Is it distorted or not? Please let me know. Okay, that's better. Now, I have to do this. Okay, I can't hear anything now. So, let me see my distortion is
And
gone.
New York Center,
Okay.
United 2099.
That's the good
I just
news.
had a question about Potomac.
Let me tell you what the bad
That's
news
up
is.
for
I can't
Dallas
hear.
or just
So, give me a second, because I need to be hearing
From
what
what I
ATC
understand,
is
they're
saying,
doing
and I
both.
can't. So, give me a minute.
let me
Let
find
me
out.
figure out how we're going to get that done.
Thank you, United 2099.
Okay, audio is there. I need to hear it through the video capture device. Let me do one thing. I'm going to go
Yeah,
Advanced
it's for
Properties.
Zulu leaving my
I'm gonna
airspace.
go
Cleveland
Video
Center
Capture
is
Device
offline. Radar
2,
service terminated. Beacon
and
change approved. Have a
monitor
messy
and
flight.
output. Can you hear me? And is it distorted?
Okay, 2099, yeah. The next controller I'm going to be handing you off to does control Dulles. They will act. I don't know if they're going to get off at the top or not.
I
but
can hear
you
the
try, but I'll
hear
have
the
it hand off to you
sim,
probably
and
about 3 to 4
can
minutes.
you hear me now? And is the audio better?
Wilco, United 2099, I appreciate you looking in. It's not for me.
Yes or no?
United 54 Zulu, you up?
United 54 Zulu, go ahead.
Distortion's back.
United
Son of a
54
gun.
Zulu, leaving my airspace.
Okay,
Please
I found out what it
offline.
is.
Radar services terminated. Frequency change approved. Have the rest of your flight.
Apologize for that. Your frequency change approved. United 54 Zulu.
No worries. Take care. United 2099.
Is the distortion gone?
14,000. Excuse me. The Harrisburg altimeter 3017.
All right, crossing Lurch at 14,000 and Harrisburg altimeter is
the distortion
30.
gone, folks?
Can you repeat that again? Sorry, just the altimeter.
Heard you the whole time, but that has distortion.
99.
All right, I think I know what it is. The good news is I know what it is. So we're gonna go monitor and output. You had to reboot something drastic. Well, we just isolated it, right? I'm trying to find, no, it's there. It's still distorted right now. Oh my gosh. It shouldn't be, is it distorted still? I think you're right. All right, I'm gonna have to do it. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep this rolling. I'm going to have to reboot the system, folks. Well, give me a second. Let me get this. All right, let me reboot it. I'm going to reboot it really quick. I might jump off the stream for a minute. I'll try to stay on as much as I can, but let's see if we can't get it to work. All right, folks, can you hear me? And is it distorted? If it's distorted, I just reset the system. I mean, I rebooted. Fixed. Gosh, what a pain in the neck. All right, checklist again. Here we go. Takeoff config checked. Ignition selectors A and B. Altimeter set. ABS and spoilers are armed. All right, folks, in the chat, shoots on. We got to get the heck out of here. We're delayed now. Let's see if this works. New York Center, Riptide 5803, holding short 34 Westchester, ready to go.
Riptide 5803, roger. Westchester wind, tree 10 at 5. Runway tree 4, cleared for takeoff, no delay, traffic on a 10-mile final.
Okay, 34, clear for takeoff, no delay on the departure, Riptide 5803.
Server 818 Tango Bravo, one departure prior to your arrival, Mad Dog. Westchester wind, tree 10 at 5, runway tree 4, clear to land.
Clear to land after the departure, 8 Tango Bravo, thanks.
Here we go. We don't mess around, let's go.
Cross Cameron at 11,000, 250 knots, Kennedy altimeter, tree 011.
Cross Cameron at 11,000.
Okay, clamps on, thrust is set. 80 knots cross check. Lots of right rudder in here. B1, we're go. Rotating. Okay, we got a positive rate of climb gear coming up. 1,000 feet, we'll start our roll. Heading select, please. There's 1,000 heading select. Let's go. Okay, climb thrust set, please. Right there. Climb thrust coming back. New York Center, Riptide 5803 out of 25 for 3,000.
Riptide 5803, radar contact, turn left heading 220, climb maintain 12,000.
220, 12,000, Riptide 5803. 220 and 12,000, okay? 12,000 first, 220 on the heading. Make sure we're climbing here. Let's get it to about 10 degrees. We're going to 220 on the heading. Come on, airplane, climb me. There we go. 220 right there. 220 set, 12,000 set. Let's go. Get that speed up, get the air, get those engines going. There we are.
MSFS proceed direct white. Climb, maintain, flight level 360.
All right, direct white now, 360 on the altitude. All right, heading, speed. Whoa. All right, there we go. Thrust us up. Bam, there we are. All right, we're good. We're getting a lot of turbulence here, folks, so we're getting hit with... I'm going to try to get you right down the Hudson River if I can get it. 10 degrees, the airplane is climbing like crazy, so I'm going to pushing it down a little bit. There we are. Look, I mean, you can see the turbulence coming in. Woo! All right, 180, flaps are coming 11. Once we cross 180 here. All right, now let's get the airplane stable. We're gonna go 1200.
Flaps 0.
I've got autopilot on. All right, now I've got the dang aircraft. We're gonna go 19 2000 right here. Flaps are 0, slats are up. Speed, we're gonna go 250 now until we can get out of this crap. And then we're going to go VNAV climb. Shoot. VNAV climb, there we are. And we want to go direct to white. White is in the scratch pad. Nope. Okay, we want to go white, direct, execute. And then nav coming on. Hopefully I'm going to give you guys a good look over the Hudson here. We're going to get right over Manhattan for you. Give you a good look. All right, what's the airplane doing? You can see this. I'm going to watch him. The airplane should be turning the other way here. All right, slats are up, flaps are up. We're good. We're on the climb, 250 on the heading. I mean on the speed.
Sorry, say again for record 30.
Still on the bumps.
Lendy at flight level 1900250.
Lendy 19,000, not sure.
There's Manhattan.
JetBlue 922, near approach is signing off. Radar service is terminated. Frequency change approved. Good day.
Signing off over to Lincoln and CTAV 922. Have a good night.
Have a good night, sir.
All right, stable, 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 off. On. Oh, man, I can't even reach it. Off. Off. Not override, off. 0. Stowed.
United 2099, contact with some approach now at 111.
I want to slow down.
1985.
That speed's got to come down just a little bit.
1985, we appreciate you being on tonight. See ya. United 2099.
Thank you, see ya. Remember 818, take Bravo, welcome to Westchester, taxi your discretion.
818 Tango Bravo, thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you.
FMS override, and then we'll do a vertical. I'm just going to override the speed here. I'm going to come back down. And the reason why I'm doing this, folks, is for turbulent penetration, okay? So I'm going to hold 270, 280. We've got an FMS override, 10,000 feet. Let's do a checklist.
Radar services terminated, exchange approved. Have a good rest of your flight. Kennedy's landing, pilots 4 right.
Appreciate it. Have a great rest of your evening, American 30.
Ready 30, have a good night.
Manhattan is right here. See if we can see Madison Square Garden.
803, calling maintain level 360, contact Washington Center 13, correction, sorry about that, 126.87, 2687.
All right, over 2687. Thanks for the view. We'll see you.
See ya.
126.87.
Correction, November 460 Foxtrot Golf.
All right, here's Manhattan, folks. Let's see if we can't see a the garden
For cancellation received, change to advisory. Have a good day.
behind us. Shoot, garden's down there somewhere. Right there. There's the garden. I see it.
Very good evening, Southwest 1499 passing through.
Hopefully we get to fly back and get to play there again.
1499 Washington, Columbus, contain
I don't know if we will.
340. Southwest 340, Southwest 1499.
Okay, let me give him a call. Washington Center, Riptide 5803, climbing through 14,500 for 36,000.
Riptide 5803, Washington Center. Say your assigned altitude again.
They give us 360.
Roger, thank you.
Do you have any ride reports?
Negative.
Okay. All right, we got some cat coming up. We just took off. We're out of... I gotta run my checklist. Hang on just a minute. Let's go climb checklist ignition. We're gonna go ahead and throw that off now. Ignition's off.
Sky Blue Radio 1077, contact Washington.
Altimeters are set. ABS and spoilers. That's off. ABS is coming off. I'm glad we worked it out. So anytime that distortion happens, I know what to do. It's just a reset of the... It's a reset of the deal.
Delta 4927, contact Jacksonville Center 127.87.
The distortion's back again. Okay, we're headed direct to white. Is the distortion back? Man, what a pain in the neck, guys.
American 815, wind calm, runway 5, close to takeoff, fly runway.
All right, here comes 18,000. What I'll do with that, I'm going to go direct to white. Just want to make sure we're direct white. Expecting turbulence over just south of Jersey and Vills, 2992. And we'll shut off our lights. 2992 once, twice. Lights. 1, 2, nacelles off. On and on. All right, we're overriding at 270. I'm expecting some... Why are those lights out? There we go.
November 473, Mike Hotel IFR cancellation received. Change to advisory frequencies. If you have
Climb check. Ignition's off. APU is off. Fuel and fuel pumps are burning from the center first. Spoilers and ABS are disarmed. Flaps and slats are stowed and up. Seatbelt's coming off. Except for the lap belt. I'd probably have the lap belt on just because of the turbulence. But you said the distortion's back. Just terrible. I got to work on that. I don't know what's going on. I got to do some testing, I guess, and figure it out. I thought I had it. Thought we had it nipped in the bud. That's apparently not, huh?
American 815, your radar contact, altitude leaving.
Is it still distorted? Because we can work on it.
American 815, you cut out, say again.
Oh, that's only stayed good for a minute. Okay, so it's
American
distorted
815,
now. Is it distorted right now? You can't hear anything, though. Okay, well, heck, I don't know. You could still hear that monitor's off. Is it distorted now? Yeah, it's still distorted. Okay. So good. Well, folks, what I could do, and I don't know if it's going to work, but I could completely reboot my system, and it's going to kick you all off of YouTube. I can do that and see if a reboot works. Yeah, this is a streaming PC. This is not the gaming PC. So I'm running two different systems. So what I can do is completely kick you guys off. Just if you come back, come back in like 2 minutes, just refresh. I'm going to try to keep the same thing going. You know what I mean? The same key and everything. So hopefully, yeah. And I'll try to reboot the system. That's the only thing I could think of. And I don't know why it would do this. Like, I don't understand what's going on here. So we could try it. All right, let's try this. I'm going to go ahead and do a reboot and see if we can't get it to work. All right, I will be back. What is going on?
American 317, contact Jacksonville Center 127.87.
127.87. See ya.
See ya.
All right, can you hear me? And is it distorted?
Is that 249 radar contact line?
Can you hear me now, folks?
Sorry, can you give me that frequency again for Washington? I mean for Jacksonville?
American 317, it is 127.87.
127.87, thank you.
Check, check. Microphone check. Is it distorted? How are we doing on audio, folks? Can you see me and hear me? I got to make sure that we can see each other and stuff like that. Been annoying. I did a full reboot. It seems like. Can anybody see me? It's good. It's good. It's good for now. All right. We'll just keep it like that. I don't know what the heck. Man. Freaking weird, isn't it? All right. 36,000 we're climbing to, folks. We've got 34,000. That turbulence is coming up in that forecasted area that we were in. So I'm just going to... It's all better. Yeah, you say it's all better now. Let's see what happens. We're leveling off here shortly, folks. So we've got... this is kind of where I was saying we're going to hit that turbulence. There's Atlantic City's right here. And that known area of turbulence is on its way. It's coming. We're at 360, so audio is fine. Good. Okay. You can hear me and the audio is fine. That's good to go. Thanks for having the patience as we troubleshoot. It looks like when that happens, I'm just going to have to reboot the system. And then just, I don't know what is going on with everything. Seems odd. Hang on.
Washington Center, Coast Guard 101, radio.
All right, I see that. Jeffrey says, I can hear you, see you, and audio is fine. Good. All right, guys, we're at 360. We're expecting to hit this turbulent area. Right now, we're pretty darn smooth, so I don't. I'm going to pull my paperwork up here so I can show you. May, we've got Fort Lauderdale. What's today? There we go. All right, so this one is, yeah, HPN of Fort Lauderdale. Let's go ahead and take a look at our weather. Yeah, we're looking at nasty stuff is right here. That's kind of where we are right now. We're kind of pushing that area of turbulence. So we're going to keep the seatbelt sign on for now until we can get, you know, past that spot, past this known area of turbulence, which is right about here. We'll keep our eye on it. I'll take a look at, shoot, I don't want to do that. I'm going to bring this over to here, and then let's take a look and see what the, you know, what pilots are saying right now with pilot reports, with an update. Maybe we get observations right now. Now, actually, we're still a little north. We're okay for now. We're going to be getting into this area probably around just south of Delaware. So right when we get to Clipper, it's called. So if you look on the ND display here, when we get to Clipper, that's right here. That's the turbulent area. That's where it's forecasted to go down the crapper. The seatbelt's coming off for now. We're good. Again, it's pretty smooth up here right now, 360. So when we get close, we would obviously let the flight attendants know. We will let the flight attendants know what's going on. All right, so let's talk about the hockey game. The Rangers, in my prediction, are going to lose. They have been outplayed every game. They stole 2 games just on luck, sheer luck. They played last game. They played well. It wasn't like they just kind of rolled over. Last game they played good, had the puck in there in the offensive zone most of the game. But again, 2 mistakes cost them 2 goals. So I think Florida's the better team. I hope the Rangers win tomorrow, but I don't really think that's going to happen. You know, that's my prediction. I would love to see the Rangers force a Game 7 and then fight like heck to win.
Boeing 783 Washington Center.
But we'll see. Oh, shoot, I got to change this. We got to cruise 0.77. I don't want to go this slow. Execute. Okay, so we're going to push that up to 0.77. What that's going to do is increase the speed of the aircraft. We're going to flip this over to cruise. There we are. We are in Washington Center, and when we get to Clipper, that's when we'll kind of be, you know, our hackles will be raised a little bit. Sometimes the PCIe's bus gets saturated with disk activity and network activity. Yeah, it could be. Audio negatively impacted. Try running a 16-bit for audio, less demanding on the stream compression. Makes negligible. Okay. Paul says, Florida is so aggressive on the forecheck. Not many teams play like that anymore. Paul, I'm telling you right now, I was talking to my dad about this. I love Florida. I love how they play. I love their system. They are just hammering that grind of, they're a throwback. You know, Florida's a throwback. And I like old school hockey. I like to hit, play physical, and you got to grind. And they are relentless in terms of when the puck's down in the corners, they just go and grind the crap out of you, and they throw you through that rinse cycle, and they just cycle the puck up to the point, down around, up to the point. It's all over the place, and they just wear them out, and it's awesome to see it, right? And I really, you know, obviously I want the Rangers to win, right? So if the but I just don't think the Rangers have what it takes to beat this team. I will guarantee you whoever wins the East is going to win the Cup because there's no way the West has what the East has. I was watching Dallas. I'm watching the Edmonton Oilers. They have speed and they have firepower, okay? They don't
Washington
have
Center,
what
Boeing
these teams
73
have, the
heavy.
heavy hitting and the grind. At least in Florida, I think Florida's got this thing wrapped up. I really do. I think Florida's going to win this Cup. I think the Rangers, the Panthers were in the Rangers' seat last year. The Rangers have a lot of firepower, but right now the problem with the Rangers is their top 4, they're not scoring. The top 6, Lafreniere is scoring, but nobody else is. Trocheck, maybe a Lafreniere, but Panarin's gone dry. Mika has gone dry. Kreider scored a goal in this series, but they need to put 4 or 5 goals up, and they're just not doing that, right? And credit to Florida. Florida plays a tight game like that where they're not going to let them up. They're not going to do it because their forecheck is so aggressive. So the Rangers have to move the puck quicker out of their zone and have support. They're not supporting the puck. Like, I'm watching the game and I'm like, they're double teamed in their own zone. Florida takes the puck because they have puck support, and it's just all over again with the grind. And I got to tell you, that's not how you win hockey games if you're the Rangers right now. So the Rangers have their work cut out for them. I don't see it happening. I really don't. And if Florida wins, I want Florida to win the whole thing, right? So I'm rooting for Florida. If they beat the Rangers, I think Florida's got the team to do it. I really do. They've got that old school mentality. They hit. They're physical. They throw a lot of rubber at the net. What's there not to like, right? And I love that, Paul. I mean, I love that. And the Rangers are not gritty. They have maybe 2 players or 3. You can say Rempe and Lindgren. They've got the grit. Trocheck's got a little bit of grit to him. And then Cooley's got some. But you're talking 4, and then the rest are speed and up front. You got to be able to get in the corners, and you got to be able to hit. And Panarin, I mean, for as much as he did in the regular season, he's given the puck away 1,000 times during the series. Turnover after turnover after turn. You cannot do that in the playoffs, dude. If you're going to go and be a really good player during the regular season, you gotta show up in the playoffs. You gotta play your best hockey has to be in the playoffs. He had a lane wide open the last game. It was a wide open lane, and he chose to pass it. It was like the Panarin of old, and I'm like, shoot the puck, dude. You are a sniper. Shoot the puck. And he passed it. And I'm like, really? And you expect to win? I don't think so. Nobody on this aircraft should expect to win this game tomorrow. There's no way. And they played don't get me wrong, they played a good game last game, but that was the only game they played of the best of their series was last game, and they lost because they screwed up defensively. They let a guy walk right into the zone, right into the slot. That's prime real estate, right in front of the goaltender. Took him right out. You can't do that. You're going to have mistakes, but this team will capitalize on mistakes. Their power play has dried up. They during the series with the Hurricanes, they relied on their power play. Every time the Hurricanes took a penalty, the Rangers scored a goal on their power play, right? So 4-on-5, they were great. Again, the game the other day, yesterday's game. What are they? Okay, so Shesterkin gets run over, and Shesterkin's a goaltender for the Rangers. He gets run over. It's a penalty. We're already on the power play. Rangers are already up on the power play, right? So it's a 5-on-4. What do? They go in there and they bash somebody in the boards and take a roughing penalty, which negates that in a goalie interference penalty. So here I am thinking, are you that stupid? You could have been up. You could have been on a 5-on-3 and extended the lead, but what did you do? You just did not manage emotions, and you've got to manage emotions in a game like that. You got to say, all right, goaltender, we got your back, but we're on the power play. We're going to score you another goal. That's how it should be. You don't take a stupid penalty like that. It's just frustrating. Hard to watch because it's hard to watch, right? It's hard. How many? What do we got? Pilot Limbo or Jimbo. Hey, Pilot Jimbo, what's going on, buddy? Welcome aboard. We are getting into a known area of severe turbulence, so we're going to be getting right when we get to Clipper. We're going to throw the seatbelt sign on. I am getting, a 380. It's okay, but we can only climb to 37. So we're right on that limit at 34 or 350. It's going to be it's forecasted for the look at the winds right here. When we hit Clipper, it's going to get worse, folks. So I'm going to throw the seatbelt sign in anticipation of this, and we're going to slow it down. We're going to slow it down to about 0.76, and we'll see if we can't beat this thing out. But we'll see what happens. There's no way of going under it or over it. We can't go over it. We could maybe descend down to nothing. But in order to get out of the jet stream here, we would have to be down to like 21,000 feet, and that's just not going to work in this aircraft. So what we're going to do is I'd call the back right now. I talk to the passengers. I'd call the team in the back and say, hey, folks, from the flight deck, we're, forecasted to get in some rough turbulence here. So please take your seats, keep your seatbelts on. We're going to sit the flight attendants down, and hopefully we'll be out of the area of turbulence in about 20 minutes or so. Thanks for your consideration. I'd say something like that, and then we're going to throw the seatbelt sign on. And we're just going to throw it on just in case. I'd put my lap belt on. If I was flying, to throw my lap belt on, maybe my harness, and then try to get ride reports. We'll see how it goes. How's the pilot friend going along? It's going, man. We've had some issues getting out of here. We had some audio issues, so I had to restart everything. It was a pain in the neck, but I think we got it fixed. And we're just talking about the hockey game. So the Rangers are on game 6 tomorrow. They play tomorrow night in Fort Lauderdale. That's where we're flying them. The thing is, if you look here on our aircraft, we fly the Panthers too. So on this channel, you're going to see us fly. We're going to be flying the Stanley Cup playoffs, regardless who goes on the East. So we'll see how it works. We might have to get in a 737-900 if we're going all the way to Edmonton. I don't think I can make it in MD-80. We could try it. I mean, I've done it before, but it gets very dicey when you're burning so much oil, and you're really stretching the range of the MD-80 at that point. We'll see how it goes. Paul says, yeah, way too many turnovers, and if not for Igor, this series would have been long over. You are 100% correct. Dude, Igor is standing on his head. He's the goaltender for the Rangers, folks. He has been absolutely a wall, and the team just hangs him out to dry. And you can't let a guy walk through the slot and just come right in front of him. I don't know how many times they've done that, where they take the puck and they cut like this. They do this L thing right across the crease, and they're sitting there with their stick. You've got to have somebody standing up and leveling that person. Like, you need a defenseman just to stand up and say, I don't think so, and just hammering. You want to come and cut across the crease like that, I'm going to make you pay, and big time. And the problem is the Rangers, they don't have an answer. They do not have an answer for it. And they just don't. They don't have the team. I've been saying this from middle of the season. I do not see them winning it. Now, I could be completely wrong, and I hope I am. I hope they win tomorrow. But, man, watching the series, I'm like, they're getting outplayed, they're getting outworked, they're getting outshot, they're getting outhit. Florida's got this thing under wraps, man. Like, I don't know what else to tell you. It's weird. All right. Shelton says, how many years did the blue shirts give Peter? What do you mean? Are you talking about Peter Laviolette? Are you talking about the coach? Paul says, Gustafson's an idiot. 5-on-3 for over a minute. I know. Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Yeah, got to be smarter. Right. Also, Lafayette needs to be on the first unit. I agree. They should put that line with Trocheck, Laffy, and Panarin's not doing a thing. And I would put Panarin back. Put Hedel up. Put Hedel up there. Hedel, Trocheck, and Lafayette. See how that goes. I'd slap Panarin all the way back and I'd be like, dude, I don't know what you're doing, but you're not playing. You're not scoring the goals like you did in the season. All right, folks, we're over the area of turbulence here. Clipper, look, I'm expecting this to get shot up to about 80, 81 on the, I don't know if you can see the ND, but I'm expecting about 81 knots now. We're going to get into the jet stream. Got the seatbelt sign just in case we hit it. And then if we do hit it, we'll start slowing the aircraft way down. I haven't heard... Where do they go? Is Washington offline right now? Yeah, Washington's offline, but Jax is online. So let's see how it goes. So it doesn't look like Washington is on anymore. We could turn on Beyond ATC, but I don't think it really matters at this point because we're just gonna turn us over, until we get down through until Jacksonville. Shell says, yeah, the coach. I can never spell his last name right. Yeah, Laviolette. It's this is his first year, so I think Lavi will be. He's been a good coach, right? This is not the coaching. This is the structure. This is Chris Drury, who's the GM, of building a lot of firepower up front, and they got a lot of offense up front. But when they dry up, they did it last season too. They dried up in the playoffs, and they lost. They got thrown out first round. You can't build a team around firepower and win the Stanley Cup. It's not going to work. You have to have grit. You have to have hard hitting. You have to be physical. You've got to score goals. You've got to get in the dirty areas of the ice, which is right in front of the net. You have to crash the net, folks. You have to plow through the blue line and everybody drive to the net. Pucks at the net. You have to forecheck hard. You have to back check hard. You have to skate hard. And you can't play 20 minutes of hockey. You have to play a full 60 minutes. The Rangers do not do that. They let go. They get off the gas. This ebbs and flows. You're just not going to win a cup. I don't know what else to say. I could be 100% wrong, and I hope I eat my words on the next flight up from New York. I hope I'm eating all my words. I really do. I hope I could say, wow, they played a great game. It's 49 knots right now. We're in that known area of turbulence. I do not have, right now it's pretty good, right? I'm not feeling any bumps. It's good to go right now, but we're in this stretch for a little bit. I think we'll be out of the woods at Cookie. I will be contacting Jack Center, well, right at Saggy. But right now we're doing pretty good, folks. We're not hitting any major bumps, so we might be out of this. We're in it right now. I mean, we're in the forecasted area of bumps. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. 49 knots, that's pretty good. I expect it to be a lot worse up here at this juncture. We are definitely in the area, and it's going to get worse all the way through until about North Carolina. So we'll see. We'll see if the winds pick up. We should be on weather here. We should be on we're on live weather. That's good. All right, Jeffrey says to and from 16 to 24 bit or other way around. I gotcha. I could try to see what we're on, what we're broadcasting on. I'm not distorted now, am I? We're still okay. All right, folks, what do we got? 50 knots now. We're over Norfolk, Virginia. 116.9. I'm going to throw this on there. There we are. So 51 knots on the tail. We got a good kick. Ground speed is pulling. We're going to do some paperwork here in a minute. I just want to get through this area. Don't know if you saw it, but try changing bitrate on Stream Machine next time this problem happens. Yeah, I could try that for sure. Yeah, Paul, I mean, I was screaming at Gustafson. When he came in and cross-checked him after he ran the goalie over, I'm like, what are you doing? I'm screaming at the TV, like, just back off, back off. You got a penalty. You drew a penalty. Now get out of there. Get the 5-on-3. Get another goal. Idiots. All right, all is well. Okay. Good stuff. All right, folks. Up at altitude here. I don't want to leave the flight deck just in case we hit that those bumps. So I'm going to stay right here for a minute. I anticipate getting out of them here. We are in the area of turbulence, and we will be in it for at least until Cookie. Again, we're in it at Ches, Bench and Cookie. We're out of it, but right now we're doing pretty good. 54, 53 knots now on the jet. I don't think we've hit that area. And matter of fact, folks, looking at the weather update, it is subsided. So how do you like that? So if we go to Sigmets, it is clear. So check a look at this. That's our Sigmet right now. We can bring it up to nothing on the Sigmets. Let's take a look at Airmets. You see, there's that known turbulence, 45 to 24,000. We're just to the south of just getting into this right here. There's a known area of turbulence, just kind of right there. So we'll see how that goes. Wow, that was weird. You can see we're not in it yet, but we're due to be in it. We're due to enter this this crap, and we'll see how it goes, right? We'll see how we take it. Paul was screaming. I was screaming, get the... Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was doing the same thing, Paul. I'm like, go, leave, get out of there. Don't touch him. Yeah, same thing. We could deviate west, but we'll see. If we get into the crap and we start getting the snot kicked out of us, we'll go ahead and deviate over here a little bit, over to... maybe we could go to Tar River, which is going to be right around, yeah, Tar River to the south. We'll see, right? We're going to start. We'll know in a few minutes, okay? So we'll know we get into this crap here just a little bit. This is upper level winds, and might just be stiff winds, or we could try to get around it. We'll go to Tar River and then just kind of sneak through at least the lighter side where we can stay out of this yellow area, the heavy part of the jet stream. It's kind of where the turbulence forecast is. You can see, I'd rather see the jet stream because that's going to tell us what is going on. Right now it's 59 knots, so the winds are increasing a little bit. Throw my jet stream up here so I can see what's going on. All right, what do we got here? Ja said, I did not know the SimBrief performance calculator lets you know when you have exceeded the max runway weight. Yes. Where does it get the info from, though? It gets the info, well, it's all coded, right? It's all coded on the back end. The dev team worked pretty hard to get it all coded with like maximums in the runway analysis and all that stuff. The only thing it doesn't do right now is it doesn't take in consideration obstacle climbs or clearances. It doesn't take that into consideration. Yeah, that's what we might have to do is go west. We'll see. Anyway, Paul, I hope I'm wrong. You know, I hope the Rangers come out and put a clinic on tomorrow. I really do. Because I want them to win, but my hopes are not very high. Does that make sense? My expectations are pretty low. Just because I'm like, they don't have it, man. They just don't have it. Florida's just dominating them. Everything. Yeah, we got a master caution. We got center tank is low. So we'll come over here and throw the center tank to the off position. There we go. All right, what are we looking at? 62. We should be getting into the jet stream right now. Watch the airplane start doing this. Now it's up to 63 knots. You can see we're increasing. But right now, no turbulence. I did hit Cat once. Real bad. It was severe. I never had severe turbulence yet in the sim. I hit one coming up on the last game. And you'll see that I recorded that all, so you'll be able to see that. It was ugly. I mean, it was an upset. That's how it was, like this, and then it went like that. And I went, you got to be kidding me. Holy smokes. It would have probably hurt people if they weren't belted in. So, completely not forecasted to do that either, which was crazy. Have you tracked this flight yet? Oh, yeah, let's do that. Let's get that going here. I'm going to pull that up on my iPad and I'll show you so you can see it as well. All right, let's go ahead and I'm going to pull that on the iPad. Just give me a second. Do you guys have a flight number for me up there? It's QF something. I have to go right on back. What the heck is that? Oh, I can't see it. Can you guys see in the chat what the flight number was? Because I can't see it. 67 knots now. Maybe you could go up in the chat. The problem is we reset it, so it might be that might be an issue because I had to reset the stream, which is a bummer. 69 knots. We're pushing 70. Paul says, here's some non-Rangers related questions. When figuring out an optimum flight level in your experience, what does SimBrief find the level with the quickest time or less fuel burn or a combination of both? Yeah, that's a good question. It's going to give us the best fuel burn, generally speaking. It's going to try, it's not perfect at it, but it tries to find the least amount of winds or the best amount of winds that you can get. Right now it's 71 knots. QFA 525. All right, let's do that. 525. So hopefully that works. Let's go ahead and check this. He's going from Brissy to, let's check him out, see where he is. He just took off. Where are you, dude? There we go. Brisbane is a fun airport. He just departed. I'm trying to see where he's at. He's in a 737. Looks like a 800. Yep, it's a 737-800. Click follow. There he is. All right, I'm pulling it up on my screen. 74 knots now. It's getting a little stronger here. That's not what I wanted. When I guess when I shut it down, it decides that it just doesn't want to pick it up. I'm going to pull it up here in just a minute. So right now, folks, not too bad in the turbulent category. We'll see if that holds true. All right, so Alex, the pilot, he's in this aircraft. It's a beautiful airplane, by the way. It's a 9800. He's going for Brisbane, which is up here. Lots of weather. Lots of weather he's contending with. I don't know if they're up and through. Looks like they're at an altitude. They just took off 14 minutes ago. They'll schedule land at 1:39 p.m. And by the way, Alex is one of our pilots. He's going through some training. He's actually an Airbus pilot. So he flies the Airbus. They're at 30,000 feet. They might be, it's a short flight. It's to Sydney. What is it? They're arriving in an hour. So it's a pretty quick ride for them. This is quite fun to see it, huh? It's pretty cool. Anyway, it's a cool looking airplane that is. Let's take a look. There it is right there. Pretty cool. A nice 800. I like that airplane. That was captured May 13th of 20. Photo date was April 25th of 24. Very recent. Awesome stuff. But yeah, they got some weather to deal with right there. And how we doing? We're doing all right. We're our tracked flight. We're doing okay. What do we got? 80 knots now. We are in it, folks. We are in it. We're in the heavy stuff coming up. Going to push around, 80, 86 knots. But it's smooth so far. I mean, it's the turbulence is not too bad. It's negligible right now. I mean, again, this is in a forecasted area of turbulence. So we'll see how that plays out. I don't know. We're in it. Turbulence is high. It's moderate. Let's see if we got any observations. It doesn't look. Peyruis. Oop, there's a couple bumps I just felt. And I felt them on my seat, by the way. So if you're wondering, how did you feel them? I feel it on my butt kicker. Let's take a look. Yeah, we have Jack Center's all online here. It's lit up. I think, is Jack's having an event? Is that what that could be that? Oh man. And I got another flight after this one. We're flying the Turban Duke in the Caribbean. I'm doing a group flight with John. We're gonna do a little flight down on. He picked up the Duke as well. He loves the airplane. He's like, let's fly. So right after this, we're gonna go ahead and fly down there. I won't stream it, but I'll film it because it'll be fun. And the reason why I don't want to stream it is because I lose when I stream, guys. I lose like 4 inches of the screen. I lose 8 inches of my real estate, and that's a lot of screen to lose. So I'd rather film that, and then I can edit it down for you to about 30 minutes or so. I mean, so far so good here. Like, yes, it's 83 knots, but it ain't bad so far. And I'm looking at the Peyruis. I don't see any turbulence here where we are. Of course, it's late on the East Coast. It's about 10 o'clock at night, but there are airplanes flying up there. I've got light chop. So 51 minutes ago. So yeah, I think we're out of the clear. And again, I'd call in the back, call the team and say, hey folks, you know, we're in the area forecasted of turbulence right now. Don't have any reports, but we're gonna keep the seatbelt on just for precautionary. I'll turn it off here shortly. How do you lose 8 inches of screen? Yeah, it's because of the resolution. So I have an ultra wide monitor. So if you can look, if I'm going to turn my over my shoulder camera here, you can see the screen right here. This thing is huge, right? It's a big one, but it's an ultra wide curved, and you can't you lose the resolution because it won't stream in. It won't go that wide. It can only go 25-50 is as wide as I can go. I can't do the 34-40 or whatever it is. So when it and keep the same resolution, right? So what I have to do is I'm streaming it in 2K at 1440p, and I lose 4 inches of my, 8 inches of my screen is gone. Which is, you know, it's okay when I'm doing this, when I'm streaming. It's okay, you get used to it. But man, it's so much nicer when I can. And then when I actually film it, like when you guys watch the Duke, and I only take a chunk. So what you see on this, you know, what you see on those recorded videos, you see what you're seeing here, right? I have to cut 8 inches off on the video when I stream it. I mean, when I film it for you. So you're just getting that middle, because sometimes, like if I go to my, you know, if I'm filming a video and I go here, you might not see this entire thing. It might be, you know, just half of it. So I have to make sure I move the camera up and center it so you folks can see it. Yeah, it's almost 11 o'clock Eastern, and I'm sure when we get down to Florida, I don't know if Jax is still going to be on. We'll see what happens. Shelton says it's like at the movies where the screen gets wider for the previews, the movie gets smaller afterwards. Yeah, something like that. It's exactly what happens, right? In order to keep the resolution, you know, in order to push the resolution, because I'm running 2 computers when I stream for you. All right, like a lot of guys will stream on their, they'll stream on their gaming PC. I don't do that. I stream on my streaming PC, which is my old gaming PC. And I do that because it takes resources away from your gaming PC, and I don't want to do that, right? I want all the you know, all the bells and whistles we can get. 82 knots now. Let's do a burn check. We're in the area of turbulence here, so let's get a burn check going. We'll take a look at our NOTAMs next. I'm going to pull it on the screen for you so you can see. I feel a sneeze coming on. All right. Sorry. Sneeze. All right. We've got cheese right there. Ches, if you want to call it that. That's going to be 17.3 on the fuel, so we're burning 1,000 pounds better than forecast. We'll be hitting that in approximately 17 nautical miles. We will have 57 minutes to go. No, that's a lie. I was just kidding. We have an hour and 22 minutes to go. So we got an hour 22 minutes to go. Looks like we've got 81 knots coming in from, what direction is the wind? 330 right now. So we could say 330, 81 knots, and we can go negative turb. It's good to know. And then we anticipate our next leg, okay, in 7 minutes. So it's going to take 7 minutes to get to our next leg. And time over is going to be 16:43. We are estimating Fort Lauderdale at 17:54. So our fuel burn's good. The health of the aircraft is looking good. We got 81 knots right now. We're in the worst of it, right? We're gonna go feet wet here over Williamton, 1117 nothing. So here's Williamton VOR. We're about 25 nautical miles away. We're gonna go feet wet. Boom. We should be in the clear. The nasty part of the jet stream will be coming out of that. It'll be getting less and less and less as we keep going south. Look out the left window and look at the coastline. All right, you want to do that from the cockpit? You want to go from the air? There we go. Good stuff. Beautiful. See if we can get you in as we turn here. Come over to the FO side. Maybe I can get you a good view as we go feet wet. There we go. All right, we're over the ocean here. We are feet wet now, folks. That little area right there is going to be Williamton. We'll start getting less and less and less. Is there a Discord? There sure is a Discord channel. You should see it. Have you thought about doing a montage of the Ranger charters in this season? Oh my gosh. You know how many games we flew, dude? We could do that. Would you guys want to see it? Like, what would you want to see? I mean, I could try to get the funny, crazy stuff that happened. But I don't know if I can do it in 30 minutes. Like, that's crazy. It's a great idea. Do you guys want to see something like that? How long would you watch that video for? And what would you, maybe I can look for bloopers? Because there's a lot of flights. And I'm talking, and Shelton and Jeffrey, you guys know because you're members. You see the flights that nobody else saw, right? And like including the two, I have two in the hole that I've got to produce and get out the door, which I probably will. But that would be a fun deal. How long would you like that video for? What would you guys want to see? Maybe I could pull some highlights out, but I could try to put some music to it or something like that. I mean, one of the most memorable flights was this last one coming into New York. It was bad. I mean, again, upset, just a hold, weather, ugly. We've had some really bad. I remember Vancouver we had some crappy weather in New York a few times. We had snow and ice up in the beginning of the fall. Good stuff. A funny compilation of bloopers, about 10 minutes. Okay. Bloopers. The team might be dependent on your skills. Paul says Edmonton's up 3-0 late in the third. Oh, man. Stuart Skinner and his sub 900 save percentage in the playoffs is game one away from leading to the Cup final. Oh, my gosh. Here we go, folks. So we have longer, we have 10 minutes. Everybody in the chat right now, I want to hear what your poll is. What do you want to see? We're going to do a montage of maybe funny parts or bloopers, if I can get bloopers. That's a lot. That's going to be a lot because I got to watch a lot of videos. I really got to get through a lot of videos, and I mean, I guess we can. I could download them, right? I can download the videos and just cut them, cut them up and make a fun compilation. It'd be hilarious. If the Rangers lose, right? If the Rangers don't lose, we're good to go. We're gonna keep rocking. Look at this flight deck. I don't care who you are. This thing is beautiful. Of course, I'm a guy who likes, nostalgic, and I like old school aircraft, and this one does it for me, man. Good stuff. How longer do you want it? What's the poll, everybody? So it looks like, Paul, it looks like we are going to Edmonton. Oh my gosh. Can the MD-80 make it to Edmonton from Fort Lauderdale? That is a long flight. I've done it before. I did it last season with the Panthers, and let me tell you, it is a long flight. I want a montage based on team performance and your performance. It makes it more interesting than bloopers. Charlotte, how are you? Longer. All right, well, what's longer mean? I need to know what that means. It's very vague. What does longer mean? Is it 30 minutes? Is it 15, 20? Mad Dog, the beast. It is the beast. Better than the rest. It is. Oh, it is the best. It is. All right, guys, I think we're out of the area of known turbulence. We didn't hit any much. We are actually decreasing our wind speed right now, about to 80 knots, so pretty good. I mean, no, I was expecting a lot worse than that, and we didn't get it. So we are out of the area of strong turbulence now. I'm going to turn off the seatbelt sign. I think we're confident with that. I'll just let them know now, let the team know, hey, we're good to go, folks. How would you like me to do this? Like, what do you mean, my performance? Go through every game and see how my landings were and see with the Rangers if they won? That's hilarious. I don't know. I think, Shelton, I think you're right, my friend. I think we might have to roll the 737-800 out for that flight. I don't know if the MD-80 can make it. I really don't. I mean, we flew it last year, but we almost had 2 in-flight shutdowns because of the engine oil. Once that hits 12, once the engine oil limit hits 12, then you're done. You got to shut them down. It'll seize up on you. So, and the range on the MD-80 is about 4 hours. So, a lot of airlines didn't fly these things more than 2.5, 3 hours. That was about it. 3.5. So we might have to pull the roll the 737 out of the hangar. I don't want to though. I want to fly the MD-80 because I want it to be fun like that, right? We'll see. Jeffrey says, let it be based on my suggestions. All your mistakes against all the Rangers' mistakes. How am I going to do that? How would we do that? Do I have to look at every Ranger game and see the win-loss column and go, okay, we lost here. What was the landing rate? I won't even know the landing rate. I mean, I guess, and it would just be their away games, right? It wouldn't be their home games, so it would be half their schedule, I guess. I guess if I had a lot of time, I could do that. I don't know how much time I'm going to have. You don't want to see bloopers? I mean, maybe we'll mix some bloopers in there. Because we'll see. I think it's fun. And by the way, we do have, I think, Ja, you asked about Discord channel. We do have one right there in the Nightbot. There's our Discord channel. If you go back, the Nightbot's gonna push it out. We're in Jacksonville Center right now. I've got to wake up and figure out which center to call. There's 1,000 of them. So I could start with 135-925. I don't even know how to look at it with their sectors. I'd have to go online and do it. I'm too lazy, so I'm just going to give a call. 135-925. 135-925. I was expecting somebody to hit me up here, but I never got it. 135.925. Yeah. There you go, right there. Discord channel. We'll join. Hopefully Jack Center doesn't hop off. Yeah, I'm going to call him 135.925 right now. Let him know we're feet wet. South of Wellington, looking at...
2 Romeo Fox, Pensacola departure, radar contact. Turn left heading 030, climb maintain.
That ain't it. All right, 127.450. There's 2 Jack Centers. 127.450. Let's call him. Miami's on too. 127.457. 475.
And 2 Romeo Foxtrot, I will have the fix for you to add to your flight plan to keep you east. Runway 8 transition, the Jacksonville altimeter is 3018.
Howard is not on.
I just want to confirm the star again.
Yeah, the Cuban 1, it should be the one that you have in your flight plan. Descend via the Cuban 1 for runway 8.
The event ends early. Should I fly earlier?
Arrival.
What do you guys think? Should we start? Oh,
Okay.
there it is.
Cathay
That was a
860
weather
cross
update.
Bass at 3000. The altimeter 3018.
74 knots now. Like I said, we're out of there.
Cross Bass at 13,000, Cathay 868. And altimeter 3012.
Affirmative. And I'm closing. I'm not sure about Jacksonville approach. If they're still on, it should be 124.9er when you get there. But you can give them a call near Bass. Have a good night.
That's why they didn't call me.
12.9 at Jackson approach, Cathay 868. Good night.
Yeah, so they're shutting down for the night, folks. We might have to turn on. So, and that's another thing. Should we fly? Should we start earlier? Is what I mean. Should we start? It'd be mountain daylight time. Maybe we should start at
Delta
6 or 5.
They said they were staying on, but they're not taking the handoff. So give them a call on 126.905, and maybe they'll take it. Have a good night.
26.5.
Yeah, I've flown it before, Jeff, but it's it's interesting. It's right on the range, and I'm more worried about the oil burn on the engines than anything else. Yeah, all right, earlier. So you guys want to do it at? We could start at 6, or we could start earlier, maybe at 5:30. But that's probably the earliest I could start on a Friday. That makes it a little difficult, but I could probably get that done. Let's try them. 127.475. Let me give him a call. Jack Center Riptide 5803. You checking out right now?
Yeah, if you haven't gotten a frequency change on me, just go back to Unicom.
All right. All right, so it's Unicom. Miami's on. So there is another Jack Center up there on 127.450, but I don't think that's his sector. If he goes off, Miami Center's online, so we'll see if Miami Center. What I'm trying to say is, yeah, and the reason why maybe we go a little earlier is because of events. You know, I want to be in these events, and sometimes I miss them because I have to start a little later. But we could definitely start at 5 Mountain Standard. So right now it's 3 Zulu 210 23. Yeah, I could do 23:30. So 23:30 would be a good time for everyone. 5:30 Mountain. That's 7:30 Eastern. I'm guessing. Good enough. All right, what's this? What's the score? Tell me what the score is. All right, we got another jack center that's still on 135.925, but I think they're both dropping off. I was just on his frequency, so I don't know. I saw two jack centers, one drop off. I did contact 135.925. I think that's the one we talked to. No? Should we try it? I don't want to start beyond ATC if we're just going to be in Miami's airspace. And by the way, we're going to be in Miami's airspace in approximately right at Magic. About 178 nautical miles we'll be in Miami's airspace. So I do want to start the planning. The top of descent is coming up here, folks. Let's see, we've got arrivals. We're doing the CUDA 3. Let's see what we got here. CUDA 3 arrival. We're looking at... I've got to get the weather. Let's see what the weather is in Florida. Weather in Fort Lauderdale is 05012, gusting to 18. So that might be fun. We're definitely going to be landing to the west. No, we're going to be landing to the east. About normal. 10 miles visibility, few clouds at 3,700, 27 over 18. Good. So we are going to be landing eastbound, probably on 10 left, because 10 right's closed. Arrival is 10 left and 10 right. That could change. So, CUDA 8,000 feet. Let's go ahead and do this together. 3-1 right now. Finals 3-1. So they're going. So Edmonton won, huh? They're going to the Cup. Good for them. All right, we're looking at what did I say? 8,000 at CUDA. Okay, that's good. All right, good deal. All right, just kind of looking at what we've got here. We're coming into Magic, then Abid, Plump. We got Magic, Abid, Plump, and Burman at 280 between 28 and 24. Junix, Holt verifies something. Yeah, okay. Holt, then from there we go to Mackle, 11,000, then CUDA, Locker, Seraph, and BPAC. And let me pull it up for you. We're going to go Fort Lauderdale. By the way, if you're new to the channel, do me a favor, hit the subscribe button. Just helps us out as we're working here. We try to give you some value. Whatever that, I don't need those. We're doing the star. We're going to go to the CUDA 3. So this is what we're looking at, folks. We got the CUDA 3 transition here. We're going to go Magic, Abid, Plump, Burman, Junix, Holt, between 27, and I'm looking. We got Locker, Seraph, BPAC, Wagner, and then I want to get a hook in, and we're going to probably set up 10 left. Now, when we do that, let's get our paperwork up because I want to show you something that's very important, and that's going to be our NOTAMs. Let's go ahead and take a look at our NOTAMs, at least into Fort Lauderdale. Normally, I look at the NOTAMs before when I print these out, but I was just running out of time, so let's check our NOTAMs out. We're looking for anything that like pops out at us that's like, oh, that's not good. Let's not do that. All right, that's good, that's good, that's good. Just kind of go through things and looking for any runway closures or anything like that. Now, you could also, if you have the Navigraph, you can actually pull the Navigraph up and look at the info section, and you could see the NOTAM. So I'll show you here. So if we went look at this, and we look at the left side and go flights, and you can go airports, and then click Fort Lauderdale. You see where it says info here? It's highlighted. You go info, and then over to the NOTAM section. You could see your NOTAMs right here on the left corner. And this is all future. Right, effective June 6th. That doesn't affect us now. June 5th, 5th, 4th, 3rd. Today. Okay, we have taxiway Quebec, taxiway direction signs between Bravo and 10 left, 10 right is not standard. Juliet 2, Juliet 3 entrance light for runway 10 is unusable. We have runway 28 right, ALS is unusable. The ALS is a lighting system, approach lighting system. VOR, nav VOR not maintained and effective and expires December. Apron TXL north south of TXL T7 not markings are not standard. Olders, this is just kind of the general stuff that you see. I'm looking at it as well. All right. Nav ILS runway 10 left is unusable. Okay. No, ILS 10 left is unusable. I'm going to go ahead and find that really quick. All right, so our engineered material arrest system, which is your EMAS, is not standard. Expires 18th of May. That's expired right now. All right, so that's expired November. It's expired 29th of November. Runway 28 right. Okay, so that's one way of doing it. I like to just go through here, and then I could just kind of mark it off as I go, just because I can see. Okay, Fort Lauderdale Nav DME is unusable. Right there, Fort Lauderdale Nav ILS runway 10 right, unusable. So we're not going to use the ILS today. We're going to simulate that, folks. ILS 28 left, unusable. Okay, I could circle that and go, yeah, that's a problem. I mean, we don't need to. It's beautiful out there, so we'll do a visual approach. We're not going to back it up. Maybe we could back it up with something. Maybe we could do an RNAV. We'll see. I got to see, do they have a RNAV? They have the RNAV in 10 left, 10 right. Approach, 10 left. ILS is unusable. They have a GPS, and they do have an RNAV approach. We'll just do the RNAV. We'll simulate that the ILS is out of service. Nav ILS runway 10 left unusable. Fort Lauderdale 10 left engineering materials. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. And you want to go through all of this stuff. All right, right there. 10 left, 28 right at taxiway Bravo 6. I'm going to get a drink of water. I haven't drank water in the whole flight. It's not grooved. Okay, good to know. Doesn't really matter today because we don't have any weather throwing us. And that's it. Okay, so NOTAMs are good to go. I think we're all set with the NOTAMs. Is Miami on? Miami Center is still on, so we're expecting to contact Miami Center in a few miles. What I'm going to do is get up. Jeffrey says, runway 10 left, ILS out of service. Runway 10 right, ILS out of service. It's our nap time. That is right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get up, hit the lav really quick. I'll let you guys take a look out the window here. You can't see anything there. Maybe you can see. You can't see anything there either. It's nothing but ocean. Yeah, I'll give you a good look at that. Maybe, I don't know. There's an airplane coming in. I have to get up, hit the restroom, I'll hit the lav really quick, and then Miami. We're gonna call Miami and get ready for top of descent. It is on its way. It's coming. All right. I will be right back. All right. I'll be right back, folks. All right, folks, here we go. All right, we're approaching, excuse me, we're approaching center. And we don't see a 185 nautical miles top of descent, so we've got a few miles to go. It looks like we've got to adhere to the Q to 3, so 280 to 240. So we got a few miles, so 174, 181 nautical miles top of descent. So what I'll start doing is getting a weather report for Miami. So let's go ahead and do that. Miami Center's still online. Jack Center popped on. Did they call me? They didn't, but we're going to get in Miami, so it really doesn't matter at this point. There's no point in calling him. He's just going to call Miami and say, call Miami. All right, what we want to do is we're going to go ahead and program our numbers. Okay, here we go. Miami is reporting, or why am I saying Miami? Fort Lauderdale is reporting the following. Oh, man. Weather, ATIS. Same thing, 050 at 12. That's fun. And then we'll do some sim brief programming, 050 at 12, gusting to what, 18 is it? Yeah. 10 statute miles visibility. We're looking at few clouds at 3,700. 27 over 18. Altimeter coming in at 3010. And Jax is back now. I don't understand it. They're just going to say, call Miami. They don't have enough time for the handoff. 3010, and then 10 right, 10 right, and 28 left. Noise sensitive until 6 a.m. So they're closed that runway. And let's figure out. That's it. We're going to go probably 10 left today. Gate is going to be Shelter. Okay. So, let's go and do our performance calculation in SimBrief. How's that? So, SimBrief performance, we're going to go ahead and plug a few numbers in here. That's our takeoff performance. Let's go to our landing performance now. And it is going to be 10 left. We're not going to shorten everything. It's going to be feet and pounds. The weight right now, 118. We're forecasted to be 113. But that's not exactly going to be, it might be about 116 by the time we're done maybe. So let's go ahead a little bit up on that. We want to overshoot, not undershoot. So let's go 116. We're going to go flat 40. Brake setting is optimum. We have max manual, max auto, auto medium, which I'm going to do auto medium. And then reverser, yes, we'll add 5. It's gusting 18. It's actually going to be 8 knots. So we're going to add 8 to this. All right, so we're going to plug in 8 knots additive, half the gust, right around there. Wind 066 at 13, temperature's 28, pressure's 3005, conditions are dry. In flight is the method, and we will calculate factor distance. I'm going to click calculate. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Flaps are 40, brakes medium, auto, reversers yes. We're looking at a factored landing distance of 73.21. Margin is 1,100 feet, plenty. Good runway there. Flaps 40, brakes auto medium. Did I say auto medium? What about auto minimum? Which I don't ever do. Auto medium is fine. So you can see right here, if we look on this, we've got a margin 1,100 feet, and we're looking at, you know, actual distance factored is 7,300. So we will take flap 40 on this. That's outside air temperatures 28. We got that. We don't need to do anything. We're going to do flap 40 on this landing. Okay, so we always land with flaps 40 in the MD-80, especially if we're light, and we're always light. So flap 40 it is. We're going to go ahead and 10 left. That's the runway. Everything looks good on this. So what is our ref? That I need to know. They give us a reference speed. VREF is coming up 132 knots. So let's write these down. We're going to go 132. We're going to go flaps 40. Did we remember what the landing distance was? Was it 7,300 feet? I think so. Runway 10 left. It's going to be an RNAV. It's going to be a visual. Just back up the RNAV. Auto brake is going to be auto medium. Landing distance of, I believe this is quite a long runway. How about a 9,000 foot runway? Miami Center dropped off. Gosh, man. All right. Miami Center's off. Miami Approach is on. Does Miami Approach contact? Do they approach? Do they control Fort Lauderdale? If the case is no, what I'm going to do, I don't know. Do we go to J-Foot says SimBrief performance calculations are nice. I was surprised they had the Lear 35A. I was using charts before, yeah. And that's what's really cool about the new system here in SimBrief. We got everything good to go on this, folks. I might use Beyond ATC. We might turn them on just because I don't see us getting vectored. I don't think Miami Approach controls Fort Lauderdale, right? I could be wrong, but do they? Does anybody know that? Because I don't think that's the case. I think it's Fort Lauderdale Approach, not Miami Approach. Miami controls Miami and Fort Lauderdale, but they are so close together. We're talking less than 18 miles, so it could be. All right, we're going to do this three ways. We got this one all plugged in, ready to go. Let's go ahead and look at the other one next, which is going to be the onboard performance tool. So let's go ahead and throw the onboard performance tool up. We're going to click performance. It is going to be Fort Lauderdale. Dry. Winds are winds are 050. 050 slash 12, gusting 18. We'll just leave that. Outside air temperature right now is 27 degrees. Nice and warm there. 10 left, and we're looking at 3010. Hello, 30.10. NIS is off, packs are on, takeoff weight is, what are you talking about? Landing. All right, Fort Lauderdale dry, 050 at 12, 27.5. We're going to go up on that. We're going to throw it 8 knots, 10 left, flap 40, 30.10, reversers, yes, auto brake, medium, landing weight, we said 116. Calculate. Let's see what we got. Factored landing distance on this one says 6,200 feet. All right. We're going to use our SimBrief numbers. They're a little more conservative, so we're going to use 7,300. We got maneuvering speed, flap up 220 on the maneuvering speed, and we're looking at a VREF of 134, which I think is probably going to be a little bit better. carry a little more speed. Now that is the onboard performance. Now let's go ahead and look at the old school way. On VATSPY, it looks like Miami approach is gone too. Problem solved, I guess. That's good. No dial-a flap from Mad Dog. There is one. Josh says, what about streaming the flight in Discord, or would that still take up too much real estate? Oh, the Duke flight? I wanna actually record it, so I'd rather record that for you. I mean, I could do that on Discord, folks. We could get that going. You know, if you're a member of the channel, if you're a YouTube member, or you're a patron, you could go to the Discord channel on the FSBN, and I could stream that just for you members. That's something that we could do. Yeah, I could do that. I mean, because I'm going to still record it, right? I just won't be interacting a lot because I'll be talking to John. He's going to be flying with me, so we're going to be. But I'll be interacting on Discord. We could do that. Sure. You want to do that? We can do it. All right, landing weight. Looking at my clipboard here, we're going to do this old school. Landing weight's 116,000. It is dry. We're going to do a medium. All right, 6,900 feet. Okay, we're going to do this old school. All right, I want you folks to see how we do this old school. So let's pull this out. It's going to require a little bit of arithmetic as we get through this. And I'm going to do this on my release. All right, so anywhere in the... There we go, perfect. All right, what did I say it was? 60... 115, we're going to use 115, what the heck. 84, how about 69? So, it says 6,900 feet, just for, you know, landing dry, flap 40, all right? We got 6,900 feet. Where is... The blue blazes is my deal that I need. Okay. Oh, man, I'm snurfy today. I don't know what's going on. All right. We've got, based on zero wind, that's fine. Calculations 1.6 E per reverse. Okay. We got a speed we're adding. That's VREF 40 plus 5. All right, here we go. Now, the altitude adjustment, we are at 0, so we're going to knock off 200 feet from there. We can knock that off. So 200 feet, subtract that. So that's 6,700. Everybody with me so far? Good. So we're going to keep going. We got 1 knot per headwind. We're going to knock off 50 feet. So what's our headwind right now? We have 18 knots, but that's not headwind. Okay, so you would be wrong to think that that's the case. It's not. So if we go to airports, we can go to info and runways. It tells us what we're looking at. We got a headwind of 9 knots, even better. So 9 times 50, that gives us 450. Right? Are you with me? Now that's 450 feet. We're looking at what, 6250 right now. Now, it says per 5 knots, add additional speed. So per 5 knots, add additional speed. So how many knots are we carrying? We're carrying about 10. We're doing 8, but let's be a little more conservative with this, and let's add 10. So we're going to add, basically, we're adding another. We're going to add, wait a minute, right? Okay, we're going to add 250 to this. Because we're just adding, we have to add per 5 knots, let's say it's 10. So that's wait a minute, that's going to be double. So that's 500. That's another 500. Oh, hold on. Let's do this right now. There we go. So what's that? 6750 we're up to now. And that's because of the 10 knot wind that we're carrying. All right. Is the runway sloping up or down? Let's find out. We've got elevation 6. At the end of this elevation is 5. It's flat. So we're just going to leave that to 0 because there's no 1% or it's not up or down. Reversers and up. Nope, reversers. We're not going to knock off reversers. So that is the end of it. 6,700 feet when we land with flaps 40. And what did we say? What did our sim brief say? We got 67 miles here. Sim brief says 73. Nice. So again, I want to use sim brief numbers because they're even more conservative than Delta. It's pretty good. I like it. Anyway, there's a little exercise in stopping distance and margins and all that stuff. You're right, Miami is off. So, what we're going to do, I'm new. Is it Sebasto? Am I saying that right? Are you a real pilot? I am. I am a licensed pilot. I've been flying since '98. My background is in aviation safety. So I worked for the NTSB for a bit. Started my career with them. If you want to read my bio, good thing to do is go to Navigraph. Are you familiar with Navigraph? You might not. I don't know. Just go to navigraph.com and then look on. If you scroll all the way down to the bottom of the page, and I'll show you. We are looking close to the top of the descent, folks. We're at 58 miles to go. Let me see if I can show you, so you can read my bio if you'd like to. Oh man, it's little now. All right. So what you do is go to navigraph.com right here and just kind of scroll all the way to the bottom of the page. And then what I would suggest, if you're not a news member, our newsletter, you want to get on our newsletter, you can go ahead and sign up. You know, it's awesome. Click the blog. And then if you click one of my articles, you can click into this. I wrote this one. And then just right here, just click the blog here, read more about me, and there you go. So you can read, my bio there at Navigraph, okay? If you want to know more. Cool stuff. Let's put this over here. And folks, hopefully you're enjoying the blog and you're enjoying the newsletter. I love reading the newsletter. It's super fun. It's good little news every month we get when we release the ARAC data. So that's what that is. Good stuff. So you're a student pilot and you hope to get your PPL in July. Good job, buddy. Just keep plugging at it, man. Yeah, that's the thing, Jeff, that SimBrief doesn't have the dial-a-flap. They just have the standard flaps. So there could be such a big range. That's why I use the onboard performance tool for that, just because it could get us more dialed in on the flap setting. But I think Delta just used 11. Like, they didn't even do that. They just slapped it to 11. They were done. I mean, I think. Don't quote me on that, but I think that's what it was. And Sebastian, yeah, that's kind of, you can read my bio there. Hopefully that's good, man. I wish you luck on your ticket. Love me some dial-a-flap. You use Top Cat for the Mad Dog. Yeah, I mean, I think SimBrief does a really good job, though. So we'll keep it on SimBrief. All right, guys, are we going to go to Beyond ATC? Are we doing that? Miami Tower's on, Miami MCO, and I don't see Fort Lauderdale coming on. I could be wrong. We could keep it up. You guys want to see Beyond ATC? I don't know how that's going to work. I mean, I've used it once, right? We could try it. Jeff says no. No, you don't want me to use Beyond ATC? Is that what you're saying here? I can't tell. No need for the chatter. Yeah, all right. For the frustration that it's going to give me. I haven't used it since, like, I used it like twice and I got so mad because I'm like, I need to divert 10 degrees left. And they're like, I don't understand. And I'm like, forget it. This is stupid. You know, so, Console Pilot Career. I love it. It's a good name. Where are you flying? We are headed to Fort Lauderdale. Welcome aboard. We're almost there. We're on the top of descent very shortly. And folks, if you fly the Mad Dog, let's go ahead and use your mouse. Don't use your Bravo. Use your mouse to do it, just initially. So what I'm going to do is turn this down to 240 when it hold. Altitude is set. We've got the stuff planned. Let me go ahead and do a brief with you. How's that? Okay, star and transition, we talked about that already. We talked about speeds, altitude and speed restriction. The only, well, we have Birdman at 280 and Holt 270, and then we'll hit again mackerel at 260, down to CUDA at 8,000, then we'll start slowing the aircraft down to 210. Altitude, speed restriction, adverse weather, there aren't any. It's just a little gusty, so we'll have to, keep the speed pretty dialed in. So we'll do that. We'll keep our approach good. Our V approach is going to be 136-ish. We'll set the bugs now. There we go. NOTAMs. We've already looked at the NOTAMs. The ILS is in op on 10 left, so we're going to use 10 left. We'll just do a visual approach. We'll do just a backup on the RNAV, but it'll be a visual approach straight in. We're trying to do a button hook, especially if nobody's online. We're going to try to just hook it in there as quick as we can to shorten the flight up. All right, it's we talked about visual approach. The flaps are going to be 40. The braking, the touchdown point. Let's talk about that really quick. Let's get this going up here for you, and we'll pull up our charts, and we'll pull up the 10-9 page. All right, so what I want to do is land within the first 1,500 feet of this runway. So we're looking at 1,000 here. Good thing to do is you can use your thumb. Now I have an app. I have my iPad up next to me here that I use. Whoa, that was jacked up. One of the things you can do is kind of take your thumb, your tip of your thumb to the knuckle. Make sure that's 1,000. So it is lined up with my thumb right now, 1,000. So I'm going to come down here and just look beyond threshold right there. All right, and then I'm going to go that 500 feet. So we want to be touched down between Alpha 3 and Alpha 4, right around here. This is our touchdown zone. Plenty of runway. We're very light. We'll go ahead and stop the aircraft, maybe get off on Bravo 9, or then we'll back taxi on Bravo, drop down Lima to Gulf, and then we're done. We'll shut it down right here. This airplane's done for the day. Matter of fact, this airplane's done. It's done for the season. All right, we're going to retire the airplane out here because we'll take Yellowfin out. Yellowfin will drop the Rangers off. This airplane will be in for maintenance. We'll probably have to ferry the other aircraft down empty. I don't see the Rangers winning. I just don't. If they win, great. If they don't, well, that's what we'll end up doing. We'll have to ferry it down empty, and then we'll pick the Panthers up. We'll fly the Panthers out to Edmonton. So that's kind of what it looks like. Who's got home ice? Do the Panthers have home ice or Edmonton have home ice? I don't know which one. That's the plan, Stan. Good stuff. Let's go ahead and flip it over to here. And I will flip it to our charts. Sorry. We'll just keep it on this. How's that? And we are starting our descent right now. Okay, top of descent coming up. So let's go ahead and seatbelt signs on. We'll call the team, let them know we're starting our descent into the area. Engine syncs off, coming down here. Trans pump is off. Trans is on, aux is on. Here we go. On the way down. Threats. Any threats? Yes. We have a threat. One of the threats, right now we're going to be on 122.8. Then we'll change to the CTAF advisory frequency, which is basically 118. I think there's one tower frequency, or 118. 120.2 is Fort Lauderdale Tower. Actually, there's two frequencies, so which one are we going to use? Really good thing to do to find out if you're on VATSIM. Just go ahead and click dot CTAF, which is Common Traffic Advisory Frequency, and then Fort Lauderdale. And what that's going to do is do nothing because I put it in the wrong spot. So let's try that again. Dot CTAF Fort Lauderdale. 119.3. So there you go. That's the frequency that we're going to use. So we'll go ahead and dial that in. 119.3. We're going to get that in the back end here. .3, ready to go. All right, that's on the hole. We'll go ahead and switch that over. Throw this to medium. We can't arm anything until you get the flaps down through 28, so we're just going to hold that right for now. Panthers would have home ice against Edmonton, but not Dallas. Okay, but Edmonton won, right? Patrick M. Let's go Rangers. I agree, Patrick, but I just don't see it happening. I don't know if you came on, how late you came on, but I just don't see the Rangers winning. I hope they do. I really do. But I just don't see it, man. I really don't think they got the team. They could surprise the crap out of me, right? I don't know. Console Pilot Career says, I can already tell that you're one of the better streamers since you related to the Real World Pilot Life. I try to. I have a different perspective of it. Jonathan says Panthers would have... Okay, I read that. I have a different perspective of things. Only because when you come from the safety side of the house, right? So, you know, I investigated plane crashes. I see it every day, right? Unfortunately. It changes the way you do things, right? You go, you know, I'm not going to make that dumb mistake. I've seen too many times, and guess what? We have to go down further. So now we can change it with the Bravo. Hang on just a minute. Sorry, hold that thought. We're going to drop down to 8,000 feet. I'm going to arm that. That's good to go. Let's watch and see what happens. The airplane's slowing down. That's what's happening. And we'll intercept again, and we'll drop. We're at Birdman. You can see 280 on the speed. And now we're going to start down again. We're at Birdman 280. We got to be at 28 to 24. We've hit that. And now we're going to drop down to 8,000. There we go. I do need to put in our approach. So anyway, thank you. I appreciate the remarks. You know, we don't at this channel really three things: learn something, have fun, and do it right. That's what we're about. We still can have fun and do it right. You're not going to see me do stupid stuff. I mean, I mess up. Don't get me wrong, man. I make mistakes all the time. But I'm not going to try to, right? I'm not going to try to do a barrel roll in a 737. You're never going to see me do that. Not intentionally, at least. Like I went upset last when we hit that cat episode. Coming up. I love it. Patrick says, keep Rempy out of the lineup and someone like wake Mika up. He is needed. What? No, Rempy's awesome, dude. Captain says I need a drink. So do I. Let me get a drink. I haven't had a drink of water in forever. Let me go ahead and do that. I don't even think I've taken a drink yet. Maybe once. I don't know. All right, there we go. Thank you for the reminder. Rempe is Mika needs to wake, dude. Patrick, the problem is your top 6 dried up. The top 4 dried up. Panarin hasn't scored. Kreider scored 1 goal. You know, I talked about this earlier when we just took off, but I basically said what was wrong with the team. You know, they're just too reliant, and their stupid power play just dried up. So when that happens to you, you're not going to win. You're not going to win anything. They just don't have the grit, man. They've been outplayed, outworked, outshot the entire series. The last game they had was a good game, but they had 2 really big mistakes that cost them. Actually, 3. No, 2. The dumb guy in the slot, nor 3, and they didn't. They had a penalty. The goalie interference. The guy cross-checked him. I think it was Gustafson. Cross-checked the dude. What are you doing? It's a 5-on-3. Well, what do? Throw that out the water. So no, you know, if you're not going to work the corners, and you're not going to press, and you're not going to hit, and you're not going to get gritty, and you're not going to crash the net, you deserve to lose. Period. You know, I don't know what else to say. You know, maybe it's the Ranger fan in me. I don't know, but it's like, look, guys, you've got to play some old school hockey. And that's crashing the net. Getting the puck deep and get in. Get in there and get dirty. That's what Panthers do. They have a great down there. I'm looking at the team going, they got a good team. Like a really good team. They got a team that can win the cup, man. They can bring it home. And the reason why I say that is because they have the entire spectrum. They don't have snipers. They have gritty players, and they have maybe 1 or 2 snipers, right? But the rest of the team, they all pitch in and they work, and it's just good to see. I don't see the Rangers winning. I hope they bring it to Game 7. I hope the Rangers can wake up and actually score. Like, if the top 6 wakes up, or the top 4, then it's over, dude. They'll put a 5 spot up on the board, you know. And Shesterkin, he's good enough to hold us to 2 goals. We got the win, right? But look, dude, too many times. Look what happened in the overtime. I think, weren't we up 5-2 or 5-3? They came back, scored 3 goals, blew a lead. I mean, you're not going to win a game. How are you're not going to win a playoff game? There's no way you're going to win a playoff game. All right, there's 18,000 feet. We got to go there. 2992 coming down now. We're on transition altitude. Lights coming on. Let's get the checklist out. We'll get our seatbelts going here, folks. We'll get the throttle cam up for you. All right, descent checklist. Engine sinks off. Pressurization set checked. I think we did that already. 301. What did we say? 3011. We're dead on it. We're just going to keep it there. Hydraulics are on high. Altimeter is set. Now transition altitude is correct. Landing data, airspeed bugs, air set. Descent checklist is complete. All right, folks. Gavin, what's going on, my friend? How are you? I'm an Islander fan. Should be in the chat. Agreed. Top 6 gets you in. Bottom 6 gets you wins. That's exactly right, my friend. That's exactly right. Look, dude, Panarin, where is he? Where is Panarin? He was scoring all sorts of goals. It's frustrating, man. And you could give credit to Florida. You got to give credit to Florida. Florida's shutting them down. That's what they're doing. They're just saying, you know what? They had a good game last game. I'm not going to lie. The Rangers played a good game. Most of the possession was in Florida zone. It's good to see. All right, arrivals, departures. We're going to go ILS. We're not going to do the ILS. We're going to do the RNAV. We have to do the RNAV, Yankee, 10 left. And I think it's going to be the hold transition. We won't fly that far. I'm not going to go all the way out to Yelu. Yeah, let's try that. Okay, so let's go that. We're going to go Sheriff, Wennar, then Vectors. Nope. We're going to see how that looks. Let's just check it out. I might not like that. We'll see. Yeah, I don't like that. And I'll show you why I don't like that. So if we come over here and click this back off, and I click the range down, and then we go next page. Actually, I gotta go to plan view. One more click. There we go. All right, let's go next page it, and then I want to zoom into it. See, this is all jacked up, right? So that's probably the mist, but you could see right there. It looks like BPAC. All right, that's what we'll do. Okay, so BPAC here, we're going to take out, we're just going to take out that WNR and go direct to Yell U or Yell Y, whatever you want to call that. It looks a little bit better that way. Don't worry about this. This looks like it's all the missed approach stuff. Gavin, hockey fans unite. They do. These dash same like the 80s fighter jet. What, the Dash 8? Are you talking about the MD-80? The 80s fighter jets? Yeah, I love the MD-80, folks. So we're a little on the high side. A little bit, you can see we're above profile a little bit, but that's okay. We're going to throw some brake to get us slowed. Brake's coming in. All right, we're through 11,000, so that means shoots on. All right, all members in the chats, let's get our shoots on. I got to get our parachutes going here. Okay, just trying to get there. Brake's coming back up. The mechanic wants such F-14. Wait a minute, what happened? Oh, I love the F-14. You guys saw that? Did you see the video that we did? We did an air show. That was fun. That was a fun little trip. You know what? I want to see if I can adjust these up. I can't lean forward ever on these things. Like, it does a good job holding me in with these chutes. This, if you're new to the channel, you're wondering what these are. This is a parachute. Because we had a first officer that wanted to, I don't know, kill us the whole time. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and flip to 119.3. We'll get going. We got CUDA 8,000 feet coming up. And, oh, I want to try something. Come over here, runway 10. I'm going to put that runway 10 on the scratch pad. I'm going to go to the fix page, dump it over there. All right, and then let's do /15. Of course not. Why would I do that? Because I got to do it up there. Bearing, I don't know, bearing 10/15. That just gives us a bearing. Maybe I just do 15. We're getting snot kicked out of us now. Yep. Okay, we got 15 there. We're going to do another one at 5. All right, let me lock this so you can see what I'm doing. We have 8,000. We got to get down to about 5,000. So we're going to go ahead and change this to 5. Let's go down to 2. 4,000 is good. VNAV captured. And what we want to do is come over here. Ow. And then we're going to click VNAV. All right, you can see we're leveling at 5,000 feet or 8,000 feet over at CUDA, which is our restriction. All right, once we're at CUDA, then we could descend further. We're going to bring it all the way down to 5,000 feet. Oops. Let's go ahead and get that to 5,000 at 4. All right, and then we're going to click this VNAV. There we go, done. All right, we've programmed that, and let's, like I was saying, we need to drop down in here. I'm going to go 5. Oh, excuse me, I'm just going to put 5. I'm so used to flying the 7.3, folks. And then once again, 3. And what I'm doing here is I'm just putting 3 rings around the airport. And that helps us get going with slowing stuff down. Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Alex? Alex says, hey, Jason, check it back in. What if flight had issues? Then we needed to notify maintenance on the ground. Weather wasn't fun either. Yeah, we actually Alex, we tracked your flight. We showed it on the stream. It looks like right after Brissy, you were wet. You were in the weather. It was like 29,000. Were you guys in it all the way? It looked pretty spicy. Console pilot. I've been flying. I've got my ticket in 1998, so I've been flying a bit of a long time, I guess. In various capacities. Had a bit of look in your free time. I did. We looked on it. We looked on the tracker. It was fun. Yeah, like I said, we saw you coming in. We saw that weather. I was like, ooh. Ooh. Yeah, it was one of those fun ones, wasn't it? Beautiful airplane, though. The 800, really nice. What did we look at? Probably about 40 minutes ago, we looked at your stuff. When we looked at you, you were right in the middle of smack dab in that weather, and it looked like you were coming down out of 29,000. All right, folks, guess what? You see that over the windscreen here? That's Air Show Center here in Fort Lauderdale. That's where the air show was about 3 weeks ago. It was pretty fun. Good stuff. All right, I got to get familiar, get going here. Do a few things, housekeeping, throw that to Alpha. Get ready here, come down the chute. It's bumpy. It's going to be a little bit bumpy. It's gusty. Like I said, it's gusting 18, so it should be fun. We don't have an ILS to work with, but we have a beautiful day here, visual conditions. And I can't get any. These straps do a good job holding you in the seat. Okay, we got Seraph coming in. We got BPAC runway 10. We're going to go ahead and 096 on the course. Of course, I can't see it. Where's my course? There we go. Let's go this way. Zero 96. Uh, 26 degrees. I don't have to worry about any of the icing or anything like that, so that's good. I really like to get shoehorned in here if we can get it. We got a visual right there. This aircraft is outfitted with a HUD, and we're going to use it. But we're just going to use it in VMC. Just helps us. Again, it's another tool that we're going to use. We're going to go ahead and throw this to bright. Coming down the chute. 119.3, Fort Lauderdale traffic, Riptide 5803 on a downwind, runway 10 left, Fort Lauderdale. Okay, throwing out the slats, coming down on the speed.
Slats extended.
Speed check. Ah, shoot, didn't want to do that. Let's see this thing hold a... All right, it's going to shoot us. I mean, I want to get shoehorned in here. Kind of what I'm thinking of. I'm not flying an F-14 Tomcat, so like if I was, I would flip it right in there, but I'm not. So, okay, we got the slats extended. We got level. We're going to click VNAV because it's going to hopefully descend us here. We should be at 230 on the speed, and we've got that set dialed in. And we got the slats out, folks. It just helps. All right, coming down on the speed, we've got yellow. I'm kidding, it's not called that. All right, lights. Lights are out. They're coming out on the wings, and it'll slow you down a little bit more. And then we're going to go ahead and set the altitude to 0. We're going to just zero the thing out and say, all right, airplane, figure it out, dude. Let's go VNAV descend. Up to you. What are you going to do? We should be at 39. I'm watching the aircraft. I want to really, folks, I just want to see how this thing's going to fly this approach. So I want to see how it handles a VNAV, an RNAV approach. So I really don't do it much in the MD-80. Let's see. 3,900. We've got everything planned. We've got a checklist. We already did the descent checklist. One thing we are going to do is arm that. And then we'll go ahead and flip that on. And here we go. Lauderdale traffic, Riptide 5803 on a base for the RNAV. Yankee, runway 10 left, Lauderdale. All right, there we come. What am I missing, folks? Remember I talked about a threat? What was that threat I was talking about? Dang it. We are level, and we should be descending. So it is not doing the job I want it to do. So I've got the aircraft. Now I'm going to have to throw down. We are way high. Gear. I got to get this aircraft down quicker, guys. We're high. Super high. We need about 2,200. All right, so I don't want to dump down any more flap. I can. I'm going to just knock it down to flap 15. We're going to slow. I got to get this airplane slowed down. Just trying to see. It's not doing a fantastic job here. We're visual now, so I'm going to take over here shortly because I have got to do something. Excuse me. We are way high. That's off.
25.
I know this is not good. I get it. There we go. We're good. We're good. We're good. Brakes. There we go. All right. Knock it down flap. Give me 28. Doesn't help that we got these the gusts. There we go. Okay, we got flap 28. Give me flap 40. Let's go ahead and throw this on arm. Thank you. Landing checklist. Flaps 40. Before landing, landing gear down. 3 green. Set ignitions on alpha. Spoilers and ABS are armed. And then flaps and slats. 40-40. We're good to go. We're right on it. Looking good. A little on the high side. I'm just going to increase that speed a touch. Remember, we got some 18 knots gusting. Check. On speed, sync. 1,200 is a little on the steep side. That's all right. We're still on the high side. So I'm just using the HUD to help us out. That's all I'm doing.
Terrain.
I see it. I got a visual. I'm correcting.
5.
Doesn't take much on the throttles to get going fast on this thing. What are we looking at now? 14 knots. Whoop, there's a little bit of a sink. All right, I'm going to push it up just a little bit more. There we are. A little bit more. Getting a little low, Coog. You're low, Coog. Woo! There's that 18 gust right there. That's why we got a little more airspeed than normal, okay?
100.
Check.
50. 40. 30.
Wind socks all over the sky.
10.
Drop that wing, kick that rudder. Lots of rudder in there. Get that right rudder. Little bit of airline into the wind, not a ton. As you start slowing down, you can pull it out. There's 90 knots out of reversers off the brakes. All right, good. They're clapping. Hey, we must have did something right. Airplane wants to weathering hard. Okay, this could be a couple of factors here.
60 knots.
All right, off of that, I'm going to go ahead and just try to recalibrate my tiller. There we go. Welcome to Fort Lauderdale, folks. That was a fun little approach. Nice spicy approach. It's always good. All right, let's pop a window. Listen to those JTs. Hang on, I'm just coming out of Bravo 7. So we'll go to Bravo 7, and then we're going to go down to, it looks like we can get down to Bravo. We're going to have to do a flip here. Was it butter? Was it a good one? Did we touch down at a good spot? I don't care about how soft it was. I more care about where we touched down than how soft it was. Flaps coming to 0. Now you gotta wait. You can't throw it all the way up. You gotta wait till the flaps come up first. This is an MD-80, so they're two different systems. So the flaps gotta come up first, and then you could throw the slats. So flaps come up first, then the slats. All right, I've got to hold up here. Hold on. All right, we're gonna go down Sierra. We're going down Sierra pretty much. We're gonna go down Sierra. Let's start the auto. Let's start this. That is off. We'll throw that off. We'll throw that off. APU coming on. Nope, that's the wrong one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Run. Cleared. We're going to go down Foxtrot. That's Lima. That's Fox right there. We're going to go Lima, Fox. Was a little on the long side. It's probably because of the speed I was carrying. I carried about 10 knots more than ref. It's because of the gusts. So that's about anticipated, you know. And I wasn't playing the, I wasn't doing a duck under. I wasn't going to do that, not on a gusty day like this. Okay, over. This is an MD-80, so you got to get that nose gear way over that line. It's just like a, it's like almost like a DC-10. Yeah, it's just carrying. It's just because of you're carrying all that extra speed. APU is started and it's on the line. That's good. We're gonna go ahead and throw off number 1 here in just a minute. We'll call up GSX as we taxi in. Look at this JetBlue airplane right where we need to be. Who told them that they could be there? Alright, this JetBlue aircraft's going to cause some ruckus for us. I don't want to hit him, so... Of course I shut down that engine, so that doesn't help me. Alright, we're going to go spot 58. No, this is spot 72. I remember from last year. I just do. Spot 72. 52. I think it's 52, isn't it? 42. I don't know. Pick one. Yeah, there it is. Slat's coming up now. A little late on that retraction. All right, folks, is this the last Rangers transport we do? This airplane, we're done. We're actually putting her away for the season. At least the hockey season. The MLS season will be a different story. It'll probably fly some soccer charters this summer. Or football charters, depending on where you are in the world. All right, we're down there. Let's go throw the brakes. Belts are off, brakes are on. Engine's off, APU's on. And coming to standby on that. Coming upstairs, off, off, off. And sure enough, looking good. We'll have to shut those lights off. They're gonna blind the dude. That's off. Well, we did it. Welcome to Fort Lauderdale. That was a lot of fun. Good times. This airplane is destined for I think an A check. We're going to keep it down here. We're actually based, this airplane's based out of Fort Lauderdale. All of our charter flights are. Off. Let's call up for GSX and we'll get them to deplane us. We're done. Request deplaning. Request. No, request. Where are you? Request deboarding. There we are. All right, let's go outside. Check it out. What's up, VRF Simmer? How are you, John? We got to... Alex, Jason, I'm going to jump in VC, show you some of the pictures. Cool. John says, if the Rangers lose, they get to fly Spirit commercial back home. That's hilarious. Yeah, dude, I would love that. Spirit back home. That is awesome. No, we wouldn't get paid. I want to get paid. As a matter of fact, I want to get paid. So check this out. This is our ACARS. I'm going to go over here and click file the flight. I got to get paid myself. PyRep is now filed, and in the they want us to open the cargo door. I hate that. It's the dumbest thing in the world, folks. It's like, really? Oh my gosh. Hold on. I've got to figure out how to a GSX, how to start. No, I don't want to onboard. I want to deplane, dang it. There we go. Okay. We're going to get the ground power on the aircraft. GPU's coming on. The AC's coming on. Because we are essentially at a maintenance facility. I want to throw that on. This is coming off. I tell you what, 494, this airplane did a beautiful job the entire hockey season. It's done a really good job for us. So, cool airplane. Super impressed with it. It is done for the season. Unless the Rangers win. But what we'll end up doing, folks, is we'll end up... hang on. Trying to get you a good look here. There we go. Let's get you a good look of the deplaning. There we are. Nothing looks like an MD-80. It's pretty cool. The APU should shut off here shortly. All right. Yeah, let's go Rangers, right? Let's see how they do. I'm hoping they win, man, and I think we're going to be taking the Yellowfin out of here because Yellowfin's in Fort Lauderdale as the APU is off. This airplane's going in for maintenance. It's been flying all season, so the good news is when you're flying these charters, there's not a high demand. I mean, there is for 3 days maybe, and then you've got 4 or 5 days to maintain it. So that's what's so cool about these charters is that it's the utilization time on this airplane it's not very high. So which is good, right? We own these outright. We don't have to pay any financing on it, so it's just maintenance costs. So we're swapping aircraft. We're going to be taking 498. Depends if the Rangers win. We're going to fly 494 out of here. It still needs to swap for the maintenance. So we'll see. I mean, I'll probably take Yellowfin on our next flight, which is we flew that all last season. So we'll see what happens. I'm pretty superstitious. So if the Rangers win, we're probably going to take this airplane up, just because I am a hockey player and I'm very superstitious. So it's just for any kind of luck. If they lose, well then who cares? We'll fly whatever. All right, folks. Thank you for watching. Remember, we broadcast every Friday. If you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button. 3 things: learn something, have fun, do it right. That's what we're about. Check us out at Coastal Airways at flycoastalairways.com. I do have another flight coming up with John in the Turbo Duke, and we're doing that here in just a minute, right after I'm done with this. That will be streamed on our Discord channel for our members. So if you're a YouTube member or if you're a Patreon member, head over to the Discord, get on there. We're going to fly that Turbo Duke, some fun. We got about 400 miles to go with it. So it's about a 400-mile flight in the Turbine. About an hour and 47 minutes. We'll climb to 20,000 feet and we'll be good. But before we do that, let's get this airplane buttoned up and shut up. Okay, so there's a couple things we want to do with this aircraft, right? We're going to come over here. We're going to keep these off, and we'll open our door. By the way, we got to, yes, I want to deboard the crew.
Crew bus is coming.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and click unlock. So we're going to unlock that back door. We've already asked the Rangers to play a better game. We want to make sure a few things are done. That's on off. These are down. And then we're going to come up on the overhead here, and we're going to shut off the coffee pot. Okay, we've got those on. Those are off. Throw that to off. What do you mean the hydraulics? What are you talking about? This is coming off. That's coming off. So the hydraulic are going to be depressurizing. Lights are good right there where they have them. And then we're going to come up on the overhead, just make sure we're good to go on here. We aren't, except for one thing. We're going to come over here and we're going to throw the EMER lights to the off position. Shut the window. All right, we got the window closed out. Done on that. This looks good. This you're going to flip down. This is the pressurization valve. It's actually manual, so you have to manually, it's automated, but there we go. You just want to put it toward 15 right around here. It's going to be closed. So that's perfect. Then the last thing we're going to do is come up and say, all right, we're done. Those are off. Those are off. That's off. Everything's off on there. Coffee pot's off. Bus is coming off. And now we got a good jet. We're ready for the next flight. You know, if the Rangers win, we're taking this puppy up. If they don't win, we'll probably take Yellowfin up there and then fly it back. Good stuff. Juicier says, I can't wait to go to the burger shop. Take a eat. Yeah, me too. I'm starving. I haven't even eaten dinner yet, so awesome. All right, folks, we'll see you next week. Let's go Rangers tomorrow. Let's hope they win. We'll see.